So in South Shore, we say something. This is how we welcome each other for those who don't know. How many people in here live in South Shore? Okay, you got to catch the vibe. What does my t-shirt say? On the count of three. 1, 2, 3. Hey, neighbor! Let's do it again because that was dry. On the count of three. 1, 2, 3. Hey, neighbor! Okay. So as you know, this is election time. And it's candidate forums, and the 5th Ward is hot. Like, it's the hottest ward right now in the city because we have so much going on. Just like South Shore is the hottest neighborhood in the city because we have so much going on. That's right. So today's candidates forum, and keep it in mind as you ask your question, you can ask one about you, but also make sure you ask, what's in it for South Shore? What did I say? I didn't hear you. Okay, because we are a neighborhood of people who have vested our time here. We live here, we love it here, and we want to make sure we are still here, and whoever the next candidate is, who the next alderman is, that they are working on our behalf, and we're holding them accountable. So the question is always, what's in it for South Shore, and then what's in it for you, because it's not just about us, correct? Okay. So we have a particular way that we're going to do this candidates forum. They're going to, you know, there's 29,000 people running, right? So we couldn't do it like we would ordinarily do it. We're actually doing it in threes. But within the last 24 hours, 2 people had fallen off. So in some cases, you'll see 3, and in some cases, you'll see 2. Okay? The first part, if you read your breakdown of everything, is going to be the panelists who are from organizations from around South Shore going to ask questions. And then the next 29 minutes will be your community members asking questions, okay? So before we get started, I want to talk about what is the South Shore Compact, Community Compact. Does anyone know in the group out here right now? Okay, a couple people. So the South Shore Compact is a collaboration of the Neighborhood Network Alliance, South Shore Works, and the South Shore Chamber of Commerce. We decided to come together so that we can speak as one voice for South Shore so that we don't have issues with others speaking for us who haven't done the work like we have. That's just plain and simple. So when we talk, when you hear the word the compact, that's all 3 organizations on one accord. So I want to talk about like who's leading that on the panel. For South Shore Works is Anton Seals. Say something, Anton.
Good morning, everybody. I don't
Turn their mic. See if make sure your mic is on. Yeah. Turn it on. Okay. Well. Just pass it down.
All right. Good morning, neighbors.
It's not working. Well, while you're doing that, Tanya, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hey, neighbors.
Tell them who you are.
I'm Tanya Trice with the South Shore Chamber of Commerce and the South Shore Chamber Community Development Corporation. Welcome to our candidates forum this morning. And Val is right, we are the hottest neighborhood in the city right now.
Okay, Anton.
Oh, again, I'll do this again. Good morning, everybody. Oh, y'all got to do better than that. We're in the middle of January. Good morning, everybody. I'm Anton Seals, Jr., representing South Shore Works, and I'll pass the mic over to my dear brother, Anthony.
Well, okay, I wanted to just get the compact first.
Oh, that would just be us 3.
Yeah, it's us 3, but we are a powerful group together. Let me tell you why I say that. Is because the NNA represents the community people, the people in the community, you all. So when we're organizing and we're doing things, we need you all to show up and be a part of what we're doing. South Shore Works represents the nonprofit and institutional organizations. They convene those organizations that are in the South Shore. the Chamber of Commerce convenes the businesses in South Shore. So when you look at how powerful that is, there's no neighborhood doing that. Am I correct? A body where you have an organization focused on the people, the nonprofits, and the businesses. We don't have that. So we call that the South Shore Community Compact. That is who we are. That's what we're doing today, and this is how we're going to be moving forward. So you'll start hearing more and more about that as we go on. But like for today, you're here for the Candidates Forum, so we're going to respect that as we move forward. And I would like to introduce to you the moderator for today, and her name is Mary Mitchell. She is a journalist with the Sun-Times newspaper. She graced us today to help moderate what we're doing, and I want to turn over the mic to her as we begin to go into what we're going to do. Okay? Thank you. Also, just say one more thing. For the candidates, your campaign materials are not allowed in the building and outside the building. You will be asked to leave if that goes on. We're trying to keep this as free of marketing materials. We just want to hear from you, okay? Okay.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Well, I'm not only from the Chicago Sun-Times, I'm from South Shore. I am a South Shore resident. Love it, love it, love it. Wouldn't leave it. And I am so honored today that I was asked to be a moderator. So what does a moderator do? In this instance, the moderator is here to make sure that you are asking questions and not giving speeches. So, when it is your turn to ask the question, and everybody will have an opportunity that's sitting here to ask the question. When it's your turn, remember, we are not taking speeches. And they are so serious about that they're going to make me hold the microphone while you talk. So when I start backing away with the microphone, that just means you're not asking a question. Okay? So can we agree on that? We're an intimate group. So it should be a really stimulating and good conversation. If you remember that the idea here is to understand what these candidates are going to do for South Shore. That's why we are here. We want to know what's the plan. So it's not just what you're going to do, it's how you're going to do it. Now, I've sat through the Chicago Sun-Times editorial board for 25 years or so. And one of the biggest mistakes that candidates make is that they come in and they say all these things they're going to do, which is like maybe a list of 10 things, 12 things. It all sounds good, and they never say how they're going to do it. So what we want to know today is, okay, you talk about your priorities, how are you going to do it? Now, we're playing this by ear, at least I am, because I did not have any rehearsal for none of this. And I don't know everyone up here, and I don't know if everybody out here knows everybody that's up here. So those who have not introduced themselves, could you take a minute and just pass them the mic so they can tell us who they are and what organization they represent?
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Anthony Simpkins. I am a native of South Shore, born and raised. And I am the president and CEO of Neighborhood Housing Services of Chicago, the largest homeownership-focused nonprofit in the state of Illinois. And we focus on opening opportunities to access the power of homeownership for our Black and brown residents on the south and west sides of the city and the south suburbs.
Morning, everyone. I'm Sean McGinnis. I'm the Chief Program Officer at Lawrence Hall. We're a human service organization that serves about 400 to 500 children and families in South Shore every year through an array of mental health, mentoring, workforce development, and other supportive services.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Levante Stewart Sr., Executive Director of Lost Boys, Inc. We are a sports-based youth development organization in South Shore. So we work with youth through the power of sport for social and personal development, and we are housed in the same building with our good friends, Lawrence Hall. And a moment of nostalgia, grew up playing basketball in this very gym for Our Lady of Peace.
Hey neighbors, I'm Diane Hodges. I am team leader of the South Merrill Community Garden and the Paradise on Merrill Block Club. I'm a safety strategist. I've been in South Shore for 50 years and I've been a stakeholder since 2009. This building brings back memories because my sons graduated off of this stage, so I'm very happy to be here and talk about safety in our community.
Thank you very much. And next, we're going to introduce the candidates that's going to be interviewed by the organization representative first, before I get to the community questions. If I mispronounce your name, please forgive me, but I'm going to try it. Gabriel Piedmont.
Piemonte, that's
Piedmont.
very close.
Okay, and Martina Tina Holmes. Okay, so we give you an opportunity, the candidates, we're giving you an opportunity to have your, what we call the elevator speech, your stump speech. But we want a short one. We want a 3-minute stump speech and not a 10-minute. Okay? And we're going to start with Mr. Piedmont.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for being here, and thanks a million to the folks who organized this. This is, I'm really excited about this, this approach, this framing. So very quickly, my name's Gabriel Piemonte. My website is gabe45.com. I have lived in the 5th Ward for 24 years. I lived in Hyde Park for 13. I currently live in Woodlawn, and I've lived in Woodlawn for 11. I ran for alderman in 2019, and I opened a storefront up on 71st Street, a campaign office. When I was done with the campaign, I stayed on, and we attempted to, my wife and I attempted to start a small photo gallery and community space. It was not successful, but I learned a lot about the challenges of buildings on 71st Street, and I think that's a critical education. I am a founding organizer of the Southside Community Federal Credit Union, and that will be very important when we talk about how we're going to get things done. I've spent some time figuring that out. I also am the co-convener of a movement that turned into a nonprofit to save a historic church in Woodlawn, and I was able to achieve almost 100% black employment in the restoration of that church. We'll talk about that too when we get into nuts and bolts. In the last couple of years since the 2019 election, I've gotten very involved in the federal reparations movement, and my approach to policy has been really informed by that. I think that that framework, the idea that there is a federal debt owed to black Americans for historical reasons, can be applied to a lot of the discrimination and a lot of the things that have happened that have impacted the 5th Ward, and that too will come up. I'm not sure where I am for time, but I can wrap it up there and we can keep having a conversation.
Thank you very much. Ms. Holmes?
So good morning, everyone, and good morning, everyone. I'm Tina Hone, H-O-N-E, as in to hone your skills. Oh, it's okay. I'll tell a funny story about that at some point. I'm running for 5th Ward Alderman because I know I can make a difference for you on day one. My mother is African American, so if y'all thought these were the white people up here, surprise. My father's from the former Yugoslavia. I was born in Hyde Park, but I was raised in Roseland. I went to U of C. And I bring that up because my experience being biracial, being from Hyde Park, but also growing up in Roseland, I understand the struggles of this ward, and I understand the opportunities of this ward. And I have lived them. South Shore is also a really important part of my family. My cousin Pierre Fouché, some of y'all may know him, 68th and Merrill. Every Christmas was on 68th and Merrill with my Uncle Charles, and this was my Uncle Donnie's church. South Shore, my partner, graduated from South Shore High School. He's an award-winning author, read his book. And his mother lives in the house that she bought over 50 years ago. South Shore has always been a really vital part of my childhood and of my life. I also worked and served South Shore. I was Chief Equity Officer at YWCA Chicago. As Chief Equity Officer, I delivered economic empowerment programs across the South Side, but particularly in South Shore. We had an SBDC, but now Tanya's is actually like beating it out. But that SBDC, Majani's Restaurant was one of our clients. I know what levers to pull to get things done because I have navigated bureaucracy for 30 years.
We need to wrap up.
And so there'll be more to talk about, but know how deeply connected I am to all of you and all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next part of this program is the 30 minutes interview with the organization representatives. Before we do that, though, there's 1 minute response from the candidates. So they get to ask the question and frame a question. You get 1 minute to respond.
Where's our timekeeper? Who do I
Excuse me?
watch? Oh, okay, so right here? Okay.
Where? You? Okay.
Sorry to interrupt, Mary, I apologize.
Okay. So for the representatives of the organizations, you have 2 minutes at most to go back and forth. 2 minutes, okay? We can get started.
All right, well, I'll kick us off. Again, glad that we're able to do this, and just want a little housekeeping since I'm also part of the compact that this was also being live streamed, so if you are on your social media platforms, please share, and folks can also follow us virtually as well. So just a little note for that. So for the candidates this morning, for my first question is, there's so much going on in South Shore, so much happening in Chicago. And so I want to just ask the broad question this morning in terms of how do you define your leadership style? And what would you bring to South Shore in terms of your leadership style? I'll start with Tina, then we can go to Gabriel.
No fair, Anton, because you know my leadership style. I am a strategist. And so a lot of people who come before you will talk about the nuts and bolts things that they did in South Shore. I swing for the fences. When I look at 71st Street and think about how it can be a destination as vital and vibrant as 53rd Street, that means I need EDA grants. That means I need federal appropriations. That means I need big thinking that is then executed. The development of 71st Street, the development of South Shore has to look like what the people of South Shore wants, but in me, they get someone who can actually look at that vision and say, here's where we can get this type of funding, this type of funding, this type of funding, and this is how we can execute this to get it done. I know where the levers are to get things done, and that's what I would bring to this role as the South Shore alderman.
So I describe my leadership style as building. I like to build things. And I think sometimes that means you're strategic, and I think that means sometimes you're tactical. What I learned from being in South Shore during the last election and afterwards is that we don't need big ideas here. We need some big ideas to challenge the big ideas that are already present, but what we need to avoid is somebody showing up and saying, South Shore, I've got a great idea for you. Because there are already a lot of strong leaders. There's already a network in place that's moving things forward. You need somebody to say, I have a vision for how we could move this or that in a direction as a way to react to somebody, but not as a way to say, I'm going to do this even though you want to do that. So you really need servant leadership, I think, in this space, and you need people who have built things, not people who have leveraged a grant, but people who have started from scratch and identified a kind of micro-institutional presence that can support things that the community is already doing, but that the city isn't presenting the kind of resources that they could. My assumption is not that the last alderman was incompetent and I'm the smart guy. My assumption is that we have to figure out clever ways to make this system work better for South Shore.
Thank you.
All right. Good morning. Ms. Holmes, so growing up in South Shore, I also remember when 71st Street was a thriving commercial corridor. Theaters and candy stores and all kinds of other stuff. And so to get at this issue of development, last year, Pangea Properties sold 7,500 this has major implications for the ability to build Black wealth and for local control. As an alderman, what role can you play in promoting local Black property ownership and providing resources for local residents to own and develop real estate in our neighborhoods?
So I love this question. Interestingly, Mr. Piedemonte and I got into a little tussle about this at the last forum because I said that the path to wealth for our community is actually home ownership, and he said it wasn't. We have been denied, systematically denied, access to home ownership from the beginning of our arrival here. So one of the things that I think is very detrimental, and Pangea was a slumlord, and you got a lot of slumlords in South Shore. The developments that are in South Shore, they buy the buildings, they board them up, and they let them sit. I want to restrict the amount of time that you can leave buildings sort of idle and vacant. It contributes to blight in the community, and it denies people, it denies people homes. I think the city could use some of its ARPA dollars and create a co-op, because a lot of people in South Shore, a lot of African Americans, and I worked on creating pathways to home ownership when I was at YWCA. Chief Equity Officer meant not just equity in terms of justice, but equity in terms of ownership of your community. We have to come up with innovative ways for people to access capital so that they can buy their homes. No down payment programs. Again, the city could take up some of this property and create co-ops where people can more easily get into the home ownership opportunities. I also think that we need to have a citywide process for limiting the amount of absentee landlords and developers who can go into a community. It happened in Woodlawn, it's happening in South Shore, it's gonna happen in another community, and we need to have, again, strategic, a system, a process to protect the people in South Shore with other people who are gonna be victimized in the same way.
So, may I begin?
Yes, Mr. Monty.
So just for clarity's sake, Ms. Hone said the solution to having a bad landlord was to buy a house, and I disagreed with that. I think the solution to a bad landlord is going after the landlord. So, but we want specifics, right? So the first thing I'm going to say is that Southside Community Federal Credit Union I talked about before, we opened 20 years ago. We have $4 million in assets. We're at 55th and the Dan Ryan. I'm bringing a branch to the 5th Ward because we need a credit union that will loan to homeowners because banks don't. So when people tell you, we'll just have the banks do something different, it's literally the reason South Shore Bank is out of business is that they were trying to loan to people with a social justice frame, and the framework for banks, the regulatory framework, shut them down because of that. So you have to really understand the dynamics to do this effectively. We also have 169 city-owned properties in the 5th Ward. Some of them have been owned by the city since the 70s. If you know the history, and many of us do, we know what that means. These are Black-owned properties that were taken over by the city and they're just being held onto. We've identified 70 of these that we can give back, and we're going to just give back to the community. We're going to identify people with long-standing roots in the community who are descendants of enslaved Black American citizens. We're going to be lineage-specific because I think that's really important to do repair, and we're going to give those back. Third, I think we need to use the power of eminent domain in an aggressive way in cooperation with the community. We should give people 6 months, not some unidentified period of time. People who have, especially commercial properties that aren't being used, is it time? Sorry. And take those and give them to people in the neighborhood.
Recently, a South Shore business owner lost a contract he had with CPS for over 10 years, serving as a landscaper to the Chicago public school system. That contract made up 80% of his annual revenue, and he employed 10 people from the community. The contract was awarded to a Hispanic company, but the majority of the schools are in Black communities. CPS admitted flaws in the RFP process and even reissued the RFP due to mathematical errors on the spreadsheet. The business owner appealed to the board of directors, but nothing was done by CPS to further investigate or explain why the contract was reassigned. If elected, how can you guarantee fair and equitable minority participation that is reflective of the makeup of our community?
Me first?
Yes, Gabriel.
So I have 2 hashtags for my campaign. One is Gabe45, that's my website, Gabeforfive. The second is Freedmen First. Freedmen referring to, a term that people are using currently for the descendants of enslaved Black American citizens. We need to disaggregate the contracts that are being given out. Right now, there's like an earmark for minority contracts or MBE, WBE contracts, but we don't say what's in it for freedmen. And when we talk about communities that are 80% and 90% Black Americans, that's what we need. So what we need to do is look at a contract like that, and we need to say there's a problem. There needs to be a rider in these contracts that says we make sure that a percentage of what's being distributed is distributed specifically to freedmen and not just to somebody who's a minority or somebody who is a woman, that we get into specificity. I think that's what we have to do. And the rest of it is communications. We need to be aggressive when this kind of thing happens and make it front page news and fight until we get some kind of redress for that, because that's unjust and that's unfair and it impacts our economy locally. Am I at time? I am now. Okay.
Ms. Hone.
So I agree with Gabriel that this aggregation of minorities disserves the needs of the African American community. For example, when you look at African American minority participation in the construction trade unions, you see a staggering 60%, but 50% of that is Latinx and only 10% of that is African American. And that matters because those good union construction jobs are the pathway to stability and wealth, and we need to address that. With regard to CPS, it's also important to recognize that City Council does not have authority over CPS, so you can't haul Pedro Martinez to City Council. He doesn't have to show up. So you have to figure out a different way to make him do right. And I've had my own relationship with him. I think I can make him do right. I think that one of the things that I proposed when I was in the city was that you can't just say Black or freedmen. It won't pass constitutional muster. So you focus on those communities with the highest unemployment rate, the lowest income, the highest crime rates. You say our city contracts are going to be prioritized to residents of these communities, our city jobs are going to be prioritized to residents of these communities, and you will not be surprised to know that when you look at that metric of lowest income, highest unemployment, highest crime, those neighborhoods are all in the Black community, either on the south side or the west side. And there has to be the political courage in City Council to say to our brothers and sisters in the Latinx community, this ain't your struggle, this is our struggle, and we will stand with you on yours, but you got to stand with me on mine.
Thank you.
Thank you. And before we continue, can we silence the phone since this is being streamed? Thank you.
Morning. So I'm going to start by making an assumption that I hope you agree with, that our mental health services, substance abuse services, and domestic violence services in this community are not adequate for the needs of this neighborhood. So what do you do to plan to address that and bring adequate services here that meet the demand, the needs, and are culturally competent for this community?
You want to go first?
You know what we want to do, though? We want to switch up and make sure that this person is not having to answer the question first all the time. Okay, so we're going to go over here and ask her the question.
Thank you, and yes, I agree with your assumption. I also agree with that the consequences of those assumptions are devastating for our community. Particularly when you think about domestic violence, data shows that children who have been exposed to domestic violence, it's not that they become perpetrators of domestic violence, they become perpetrators of violent crime. And so that's why it's so important that we focus on domestic violence in our communities and eliminating it. The mayor made a significant investment in mental health services, but something is disconnected because the people don't feel those mental health services. We did not reopen the mental health clinics that Rahm Emanuel closed. And I think that what the community needs is to know that here is the place where I can go to get help. Here is the crisis, lifeline that I can go to get help. I don't know if that's thresholds. I don't know if that's YWCA. I need a city clinic, a city number to call to get the help I need so that those investments are actually felt.
I'm the former board president of St. Martin de Port's House of Hope, which is now the Southside Center of Hope. Although it's called the Southside Center of Hope, it's on the west side. And the reason it's on the west side is that the development pressures we're feeling now are having the effect of are smaller institutions not being able to afford to stay. We were essentially pushed out by the Archdiocese of Chicago, which is a whole other story. But the point is that we need to support our small, in-place institutions, step one. Step two, you need to understand how much private investment you can get. I think that we need increased institutional presence. We need not a phone number you can call, but a place that you go to. And those places need to have outreach workers, but all that's gonna take money. And I think on the one hand, I wanna see more mental health services, but I wanna see partnership with people who are already in the community, especially social service providers, who can help to make that make sense. And finally, I'm a real believer in treatment, not trauma. I do think that police need to be in our neighborhoods. They need to be doing what's right, but we have to hold them accountable, and we have to ask them, we need to not ask them to show up for a mental health crisis or another kind of trauma when somebody else should be doing it. And if we're gonna do that, if we're gonna have smarter response time for crises, we have to fund more intelligently as well.
Thank you.
My turn? Okay. All right. So first, thank you both. I think you both have a heart and an aptitude to serve, so thank you for being here. Could you describe for me your policy approach to reducing crime and violence, given the failed attempts of several administrations?
Absolutely. We have for 20 years given the police more money every year, and every year arrests go down. And it's not because they're getting better at de-escalating violence. So we need to have a smarter police budget. But I think the biggest priority, I think, really needs to be to understand the connection between economics and crime. And the fact of the matter is that, to me, a crime question in South Shore right now, in the 5th Ward right now, is a housing question. We're in a housing crisis that's been triggered by speculators who are coming into our communities. South Shore, since 2006, South Shore has had more than 4,000 foreclosures, many in large multi-unit buildings, so the number of actual homes that represents is huge, including 100 during the moratorium on foreclosures. So people are taking houses. We have problems with record evictions. I think the other thing we need to do is fund community institutions that have a kind of a parallel effect of reducing crime, like community gardens and outdoor spaces.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Gabe and I agree with each other on this. I actually think all the roots of problems in our community tie back to our economic disenfranchisement. And I use the term disenfranchisement because it's not that we're not empowered. We are a people that survived slavery. We got power. But there was a very intentional move to prevent us from having wealth. And not having wealth has led to every other ill that is impacting our community. I think there's actually a simpler question than we want to admit, and it's jobs. There's too many people in the Black community who are underemployed and unemployed. Flipping chicken at Popeyes is not going to get you a house. We need things like the investment that Discover made in Chatham. We need transformational job opportunities. And I have said this very openly. And we need to restore our men. It was not unintentional that the men of the Black community were the targets of the wars on the war on drug and the crime and put in jail. When you destroyed African American men, you destroyed the Black community. Every other community is able to have the sort of intact families. And then when our returning citizens come back, they don't have a pathway back into society. And so there are some jobs programs that I would specifically target to returning citizens that could all, I have this thing about cleaning the streets of South Shore, that could be done by returning citizens and with dignity and respect.
Thank you.
Hi, I've been watching you all for the past 2 or 3 weeks. I've been at all the forums, so thank you for being here. I want to talk about gun control. So from August 2015, Alderman Pat Dow, 3rd Ward, called for Norfolk Southern Railroad officials to appear at City Council hearings after 2 robberies of a total of 124 guns from that train were taken overnight. Now, since then, this has been an ongoing problem. So Senator Durbin brought it up in 2017, and then it was brought up by Channel 9 in 2017. And so since then, nothing has been said about Norfolk, which is known to be not only a racist railway, but they claim they were working on this problem, and they really weren't. So there has been, I looked for information since then, and the last information was the 18th of January of this year, brought up by Jeanette Taylor down in the 20th Ward. So I would like to know, obviously the city council doesn't want to touch this, obviously, because we're talking about 2015 to now, right? I want to know how you would approach the city council and demand that this recklessness of allowing youth to run around with weapons of mass destruction, and no one's doing anything about it because we're experiencing domestic terrorism in our community.
Thank you so much for sitting through these things, which are informative but probably a little tiresome after a while. I think City Council is an astonishingly cowardly political body. And I think the only way that you can really force the priorities of communities where there's some sort of a liability concern, and I think that's what it is. They're afraid to go out on a limb and not get a result and have that impact them politically, is that you have to really withdraw support for other things. We've had a problem in City Council in that really the white part of the city, the part that is predominantly affluent and really has been kind of calling the shots for a very long time, has controlled the important votes. I think that might shift with 20 people resigning. It's not just, it's a matter of a kind of changing dynamic, and I think what we need to do on the South Side is get a real South Side caucus. The Black Caucus is very good for certain things that it does, but if we withhold support on other things, especially economic development, we could make some negotiations. This is a critically important issue. I also think we need to sue Norfolk Railway, sorry.
So with 1/3 of City Council being new, it is an opportunity to reset the way City Council works. But the idea that anybody's going to force anybody to do anything, just think about trying to force your child to do something. You've got to figure out how to work in coalition and partnership and find common ground and common interests. I have governed before. I was an elected member of a school board. And I started as, I'm an organizer, I'm going to have a tantrum. I got nothing done. Once I figured out how to actually get people to find common ground and work together, that's how I got things done. Norfolk Southern can be held accountable because unless it's going to build another railway, it needs to go through Chicago. And I've got a lot of things with Norfolk Southern, including its lack of hiring for good jobs out of the Black community in Inglewood where it's located. We need to hold every corporate actor accountable. We need to understand our power and leverage in the equation. They're not going to build another railway yard. There's a reason why Grand Crossing exists, and it's about all those rails coming through Chicago. We can hold their feet to the fire, and they're probably laughing at us because we're not.
I have a question. So it's kind of twofold. One, what do you feel are the priorities for the Fifth Ward in terms of South Shore, and what is your timeline for success?
My biggest priority for South Shore is to make sure 71st Street is as vital as 53rd Street. And my timeline for success is within 1 year that we see some immediate changes. One immediate thing that we can do, and Tanya knows I'm obsessed with these street vacuums, we can clean up the streets, clean up 71st Street, and that will already make it a place where more people want to go. I was talking to the owner of Majani's. We could make 71st Street a vegan destination. There are a lot of vegans in Chicago. They want to come here. We need to figure out how they're going to park, because people aren't going to come from the north side on 3 trains to get here. And so it is, if we can make 71st Street the backbone of South Shore, more vibrant and alive, everything will trickle off of that. And I want these abandoned buildings that these developers have bought and are letting sit, they either come back into service or we use the power of eminent domain and we take them back.
So you feel like you can do that within a year as a new alderman?
I feel like we can get South 71st Street cleaned up within a year. I feel like we can figure out places for people to park within a year. I think we can start opening up business opportunities to create, again, it's a theme.
As a new alderman?
Yeah.
You hear what I'm saying?
Yeah, as an alderman.
Okay,
I
a
believe-
new alderman.
As a new alderman.
Walking in the
I know
door.
peeps. No,
Okay.
but that's what's different about me. This is not an entry-level job for me. I know a lot of people in this city, and I know a lot of the aldermen. I already have relationships. I got cell phone numbers. When I say I know what levers to pull to get things done, that's what I mean. And there already are people that may be in this room that I've gotten things done for,
Okay.
even on the campaign trail.
Sounds good. Gabriel?
So Tina thinks she can do in a year what Alderman Hairston couldn't do in 24. What I think is that, first of all, 71st Street's problem isn't that it's dirty, and I'm kind of tired of people saying 71st Street is dirty. The problem is it's not occupied. So what we need here is capital that incentivizes people to do work. Entrepreneurs are like artists, and if you said to an artist, I'll give you this much paint, make your masterpiece, it doesn't work. They need unrestricted capital, and they've got the creative space, right? But what they don't have is the resources. Everything is jumping through hoops. I don't think the city has programs and solutions. So number one, I do think 71st Street should be a priority, but I would focus on the holidays. Anybody who understands retail understands that the holidays is where people survive or don't survive. You get a really good strategic plan to get pop-ups across the place, and you're really kind of repeating some of the work that's already been done. So you work with the people who are here, and you put out just a fantastic visual presence with lights, with decorations, everything. You close the street a couple of times over the course of the holidays so people can literally have a winter wonderland with their families on 71st Street. It's going to take 3 years. Sorry, Val. It's 3 times you do that, and people will start to say, wow, South Shore every single year has this winter wonderland. I can walk with my kids when it's snowing, it's beautiful lights. And then they start to come down and recognize that there's an opportunity here. That's one thing I do. I also think we have some challenges around Jackson Park that could negatively impact, and so I'm just going to throw this out right now. I'm against the golf course. I'm against removing the nature sanctuary. I think that's going to further exacerbate the housing insecurity we have and some of the other problems that we're facing. So those are a couple, and that happens like kind of right away. Like you just call up Tiger Woods and say, I'm sorry.
Thank you. All right, so we move into the phase of community questions. I know you guys have questions. I'm going to come to you with the mic. I'm going to hold the mic, and I'm going to move back with the mic when you're out of time. Okay. Sorry, you don't get the mic.
Thank you very much. This is a great panel. I have a question. I guess both of you guys can kind of deal with it, but I was at the forum. One of the panelists just talked about housing. And I was at the forum where they asked about bad landlords and bad owners, and what would you do about bad landlords? And it's a general question. It's a general question. I wanted to know. So why is it that when those questions come up, many times people say the problem is the tenant? I'm a renter. If I want to rent, fine. If I want to own a home, fine. But it seems like, okay, so why, Tina, would you say that, or imply that you said that the problem is the tenant, and that they have to own a home to deal with bad landlords? Why is it my fault?
Thank you.
So it's not your fault, and I didn't say that. I do agree that bad landlords need to be held accountable, but I also think we need to understand that we are vulnerable because of the disruption of the housing ecosystem. Too few people in South Shore own their homes. And because of that, market values of the homes are low, and market values of rent is low. That's what it makes it so enticing for a developer to come in and buy something that they could never afford on the South Side, but they could afford here. So yeah, we need to make sure that we hold bad landlords accountable, but I stand by my statement. The way to be free of a bad landlord is to buy a house. And that someone has sold too many of us a bill of goods that home ownership is not the pathway to wealth. You know, I used to say this to my father, who was white. You know, I want what the white boys have, because they know that they got to buy a house, and that is the foundation of wealth in this nation. And if we are allowing ourselves to be deceived on that, then we're never going to break free. So it's an ecosystem. We have to have affordable housing. We have to have good landlords. I want more residential landlords like my cousin. You live in the building, you take care of the building.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you. We need to wrap up. Question.
My question is, South Shore, the 3 aldermen typically have not allowed the community to participate. What are your thoughts regarding participatory budgeting and civic organizations to get our youth and our seniors and those who have some oomph to make South Shore happen involved?
Thank you. That question for Mr. Piedmont?
So the first thing I'll say is that you couldn't be more right. I mean, it's really frustrating, and I think in some ways it's across the city, but when you see where the challenge is, when things break down in South Shore, this is a huge part of the problem. It's also kind of not talking to each other either. But I am 100% behind participatory budgeting, and I actually think it starts in the ward, but you extend it citywide. I think actually the residents of Chicago have a better idea of how we should be spending our money than the politicians and city council. What I will also say is I'm in favor of local development councils. So I think that in every community, there should be binding authority that residents have over what gets built or not built in their part of the neighborhood. And I'm making a commitment right now. It's on my website, but I'll say right now, I would commit to that happening, again, in partnership with existing local organizations. The people are here. South Shore has an incredible institutional presence. They don't have the resources. They don't have the capacity in terms of what they're given freedom to do. We need to change that.
may I
Thank
respond
you.
to that?
Well, no, we got another question. I'm sorry. I thought you already responded.
No, I didn't get a chance to respond to the
Okay.
participatory budget
Okay,
question
go ahead.
because I implemented
Yes,
it in
please.
the city.
It's very important topic. You may respond.
Thank you. So I was Chief Engagement Officer for the City of Chicago, and while I couldn't get us completely to participatory budgeting, if you look at the budgeting process that happens citywide for the 2021 budget and the 2022 budget, you will see, or 2022 and 2023, we implemented parts of participatory budgeting in order to again, you can't sometimes move an aircraft carrier in one fell swoop. But we had small meetings in community, we had larger regional meetings, we allowed people to put on the list what their priorities were, and to the extent we could respond to that, we did. So this isn't an issue of talk, this is something I did. I did the work to try to make participatory budgeting work, and if I become alderman, I will also have a council, and I was one of the first candidates to come out talking about having a council where the people in the community have a voice. It's what I implemented when I was Chief Engagement Officer in the city.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Doyle Landry, founder, Positive Vision Ministries, 30 years of success. My question, the McDonald's on 95th and the Red Line went out of business. It is a glaring example of what crime and disinvestment in our young people can do. What is your plan for engaging young black men who walk around the Fifth Ward lost?
I'm assuming it's both of us.
She had the last question. You first,
Well, he
Mr.
had the
Piedmont.
first, he answered the last one first.
I think you were the last person speaking. That's what I mean.
Thank you so much for the question. For 3 years, I ran a program in the summers and after schools that I designed with a woman with a PhD from UCLA in education research. And what we did essentially was create a skill a program that had a skill that young people were interested in, videography and video editing, and then we put critical consciousness development kind of nested inside of it. And so we served about 70 young people. I learned a lot from that. Not only did I design that, but I managed it. So I went in every day, week after week, and made sure that happened. It involved a stipend for the young people, and it involved the work that they were doing included engagement with people from the community, and we sort of strategically got them interviews. So it's of course, very difficult, not only for young people, but anyone, to sit down in front of someone who wants to kind of lecture them, but to have someone be filmed actually works really well. I would like to ramp that up. I would like a program like that for the whole community, and also to come up with iterations of that with, in partnership with other people in the organization.
Thank you. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. Thank you for the important question. People don't realize that we lost track of 100,000 of our kids during the pandemic, and a lot of those kids were young African American males. We also don't understand that when you look at the achievement gap in CPS, it is African American males who are most devastated by that achievement gap. Yet the budget for CPS doesn't show a heavy up for helping young men and close that achievement gap. I used to be a lawyer, and I quit the practice of law to join Teach for America, and I taught in Oakland. My kids were very much like the kids that you see on the corners here today. What they need is to understand, one, you don't have to be a millionaire to have a decent life. I used to do a lesson plan with them. Tell me what you need and how much it costs, and this is the kind of job you need. I also think we need to help kids understand what their options are. So the film thing is great, but again, system-wide, strategic. What are we doing in the schools so that young African-American kids understand what a key grip is? That is a cool job on a movie, right? You could be an electrician, you could be this. There are all kinds of jobs and industries that you can have, but our kids aren't surrounded by people who tell them this. And then finally, this is gonna sound silly, our kids need a place to have fun. Our kids need a place to be kids. There are all kinds of programs out here to help with school and this, that, and the other, but on Halloween, the kids are walking up and down 53rd Street. We ought to be having an event that is supervised and safe so they can be kids and have fun.
Hello. A lot of the topics that we're discussing are systemic and have existed in the South Shore community probably the last 25 to 30 years. And as a 58-year resident of South Shore, you know, I've seen the changes that have occurred. But really one of the most pressing issues that I find that South Shore residents currently have that seems to be something that could be solved very simply, that when we call the alderman's office now about, which is not addressed as a traffic issue associated with the Obama Library. And while I understand the long-term benefits that might occur as a result of this, individuals that work every day that I speak to talk about the traffic patterns that exist in certain very small things that can be done, such as closing off the entrance of the 58 Street exit from the museum, where individuals after 6 o'clock don't go to the museum, or on the weekends or at night. So what can be done to eliminate the issues associated with the traffic flow for those individuals that are in the South Shore community?
Do I start this one? Do I start?
I'm sorry, yes, you can start.
Okay. So, one, I think we need to be able to, the way people crowdsource money, we need to crowdsource ideas. Like, I had never thought of the thing about the Museum of Science and Industry issue. I think, two, we have to recognize that CDOT, Chicago Department of Transportation, does not have a community engagement arm. And so it does what it wants to do. Things show up, and then the community gets upset. When I was working and leading community engagement, I was constantly at odds with folks at CDOT. You know, they took down a bridge on 43rd Street. I went to work, I came back, the bridge was gone. Did you talk to the people? And so we need to make sure that we're talking to people, and we need to make sure that CDOT and the people who are working for CDOT, many of whom are contractors, understand that they are servants to this city. And they have to have a customer service mindset and not think, oh, big deal. Yeah, people figure out where that, like, the road is merging. Because I drive this route too, right? It's like, you tell people what's happening and figure out the way to do your work in the minimally intrusive way, because you should have a customer service mindset, not people just lucky for what they get, which is what I feel sometimes happens with our contractors.
So the first thing I want to say is that if we're having problems now, imagine when they close Cornell. We can't close Cornell. It can't happen. If Cornell closes, we're going to have the traffic jams that are happening now will be nothing compared to reducing by one option the transit from south to north. So that's got to be rethought. There's actually a grassroots organization that's produced 3 alternative plans that I'm reviewing, and we're going to at some point make an endorsement of one of them that could have some reduction in Cornell because we do appreciate the environmental impacts. We want to strike a balance. Cornell cannot, if Cornell closes, it'll be a disaster for the neighborhood south of Cornell. Second, we're staging work on all 3 roads at the same time. That is a disaster. And this is what happens when there are no hands on the wheel. And I'm doing my best to not be kind of retrospectively critical, but I think we needed a local leader that stopped that before it even started, and it's unfortunate that didn't happen. If we had had some information about that happening also, we would have been able to be part of the solution. Finally, I think we need to reset our relationship with the Obama Center in terms of the plans that they're impacting across our communities, and we're really not getting to give any feedback. They've also removed a bunch of bus stops on Stony, which is a disaster,
We need to
and
wrap
that's a whole
up.
other example.
Thank you.
Hi there, I wanted to ask another eviction question. I'm an attorney and I've done a number of cases, eviction defense. And if you didn't know, South Shore, pre-pandemic, was the eviction capital of the city. More evictions occur in South Shore than in any neighborhood area in the city of Chicago. So outside of home ownership, which is really a long-term solution, not something that's going to stop evictions today and tomorrow, what can we do to slow the pace of evictions in South Shore, separate and apart from home ownership? I've heard keeping landlords accountable, but what does that actually look like?
So I was actually just talking about this morning. Unfortunately, South Shore has 3 statistics over the last year. It's been over the last few years, it's been the eviction capital, more foreclosures than any place else, and until the end of the year, it was the leading homicide neighborhood. Austin ended up having 4 more homicides. For what it's worth, it ended up number 2. Small landlords you need to have conversations with. Small landlords in some cases it's a manageable problem. Landlords can have economic problems too, and you can find solutions when they're pursuing eviction. In other cases, they're just not being reasonable, and then you have some power as somebody with tremendous real estate influence to get them to work a little bit more. But you've got to do that. We're gonna have a housing staffer in my office. That's a commitment I've already made in other spaces, who's gonna deal with these problems, because it can't be you're putting out a fire every time. You have to have a systemic solution. Big landlords always want to get bigger, so they always want to buy new properties, develop new things. That always takes an alderman to okay it. So you essentially have to say, I need a new policy. I need to see a new policy.
We need to wrap up. Thank you.
Hi, Lauren Taylor, concerned community resident. This question probably isn't going to be fair for both of you.
I went right past it. We're going to have to wait. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I actually agree with Gabriel on sort of separating out sort of the small resident landlords and the big landlords. I think small resident landlords, we have to have some sympathy for them too, because when people aren't paying rents, then their building gets foreclosed on. And so where is it that we can work in cooperation, collaboratively, to find the win-win in the case of the smaller landlords? I think that we need to build provisions into the lease agreements and the policies with these larger landlords. I'm actually bummed Pangea sold all its assets because I had it in my crosshairs. But there are specific circumstances that prevent you from evicting someone. Our lives are hard in this city, and particularly in areas like South Shore, and missing a month's rent, you should not be starting eviction processes. And they do it, and I know they may take 3 months, but they've got a margin, and they've got opportunities to put in safety nets for single moms with 3 kids. What is she gonna do? And so I want those safety nets built into an expectation of the city from large landlords who work in low-income communities, that they create very specific safety nets for those communities, and they need to build that into their business plan.
Thank you. Thank you.
If you're elected, you will be the alder of a majority black ward. I don't know what the thing is with Hyde Park, but I know South Shore is like over 90% black. should you be on the Black Caucus? Are you going to ask to be, and should they let you on?
This is for me, Tina. That's not your problem.
He might have missed the disclaimer. So.
Yes, I am. I absolutely am. Because we're the conduit. It's not about my identity, it's about our identity. 58% black, probably 53, 54% black American. That's what the ward is altogether. But right, we have South Shore 90% black. I have to pursue black policies. That's why we're Freedmen First, because it has to be, you have to have a representative that centers the experience of the majority of people in the ward. That's critical. By the way, we need a citywide eviction moratorium. That's the last thing I was going to say.
Thank you.
I expect to be a member of the Black Caucus because I'm black. So, there you have it.
All right, thank you. And this is our last question. I'm sorry.
South Shore demographically has a large elderly population. We've been here for a very long time. I've been here since 1966. I moved here as a child. But currently, I feel like we are under attack. Things are happening to our properties that are rendering them vulnerable for destruction. There are people who are forcibly trying. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, the question is, what are you going to do to protect the existing homeowners, and specifically those who own properties, not a lot of properties, and are being forced out?
Thank you.
So long-term homeowners have a sweet spot in my heart. My mother is 82 years old. I grew up in Roseland. She owned her home. We need to have programs to help homeowners, and not just single-family homeowners, but homeowners who bought co-ops and condominiums, repair their homes, and either low-interest loans or grants. We need to make sure that the safety measures are put in place so that senior citizens do not feel like they're prey in this community. There's always a lot of conversations about young people and not enough conversations about our seniors. And I believe that we need to have just as many task force and programs looking at how we protect our vulnerable population that is senior as we are protecting our vulnerable population. We also need tax abatement because as the property values go up, the taxes are going to go up, like what happened in Pilsen. We need abatements, not just for the current homeowners, but I want another generation protected. Because I bet you when you bought that house, you were thinking about your children, and they shouldn't be kicked out either.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's get them.
Do you mind if I quickly address that one?
Yes, you may.
Thank you so much. So first, I think that the alderman needs to raise money the way we're going to raise money to get reelected for a mortgage protection fund for seniors specifically. So when people are in trouble, if there aren't other alternatives, we have cash. Because in some cases, that's what it's going to take. Second, I've encountered folks when the tax bills have come in and some people have had double and triple that didn't realize that they could have had that tax frozen. So there are people who just don't have information. Again, my housing staffer is going to reach out to every single person over 65 to make sure they have that. We need to wipe out or significantly decrease the assessments on our lakefront high-rises. Our lakefronts are paying, those buildings are paying assessments based on something that was supposed to, it's a long story, but it was supposed to just impact downtown. And finally, I would say this is why you need the credit union here, which I am uniquely qualified to bring because sometimes it's a bridge loan that solves that problem. And thank you all so much for all of this time.
Okay, thank you very much. We want to thank the candidates for their participation. And we want to thank the interviewers for their participation.
Mayor, can I just make a quick note on this last point? For anybody in here that is having trouble with their mortgage, Neighborhood Housing Services right now, as we speak, is having an event at St. John Evangelist Missionary Baptist Church at 1234 West 63rd Street, where we're taking applications for the state HALF program, which provides grants for people that need help with mortgage, property tax, and even utility payments that are in arrears up to $60,000 grants. So if you're having trouble with your mortgage, get over to St. John's Evangelist Church, and we're taking applications to help people with that, apply for that state program right now today.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Okay, we're about to get started.
This is the crew. All right. As I run down, who's up?
So before we get started, I know some of you were here for the first round, but just in case, we want to make sure everyone know who the South Shore Compact is and why we exist. So I would like to start that out with the three of us standing here: South Shore Chamber of Commerce, the Neighborhood Network Alliance, and South Shore Works. Again, my name is Val Free. I'm the founder, CEO of the Neighborhood Network Alliance. We're a community engagement organization. We organize South Shore block by block, network by network. I'm going to turn it over to
Hi, everyone. I'm Tanya Trice, Executive Director of the South Shore Chamber of Commerce and also the South Shore Chamber Community Development Corporation. And the South Shore Community Compact was formed so that we collaboratively can work on broader economic development issues and issues that impact the community at large. We have worked on the quality of life plan together. We've worked on the South Shore housing study together, and also collaborated on issues that we think will benefit the South Shore community. And you will hear more to come about our efforts and our initiatives in the upcoming months.
And last, Anton Seals Jr., Chair of South Shore Works. And we are a collaboratory that work with stakeholders and other community-based organizations. So most definitely we'll be hearing more from us as we start to really dig in, as we have been kind of going through this collaboratory, like building a network between the different organizations. And so we need to hear from even more of our neighbors and other institutions that are emerging in our community. So thank you again for coming out. And thank you, Val Free, for leading and helping pull this all together. So you all give it up to Val and her staff. And thank you all for coming. I know this is a long day, investing time, but we really appreciate it because this is most important that we get this right. Thank you.
Thank you. And remember, this forum is What's in It for South Shore. Can I hear that one more time before I turn it over to Mary Mitchell? Exactly. Where's Mary? Oh.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Mary Mitchell. I'm with the Chicago Sun-Times, been there for about 30 years. And I've been in South Shore, your neighbor, for 12 years. So
hey, neighbor.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, so let's get started. We're gonna have an opening remarks. We call that the elevator speech, but it's a stump speech. We'll keep it down to 2 minutes. And I want to try something different. I just hate to interrupt people when they're talking. So if I do this to you, that means wrap it up. Put a period on it so we can move on, okay? All right. And the other thing, silence your phones. We don't want the phones ringing because they're streaming this. Oh, we got another announcement.
For the candidates, will you please, we are not allowing like marketing materials or anything like that. It's just a note, not accusing anyone. Just want to make a note of it as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we have with us Wallace Good Jr. Thank you, and Desmond Yancey. Mr. Yancey, you want to go first?
Hello? All right, thank you.
Your mic is not on? Is it on now? Okay.
It is now. Hello? All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Desmond Yancey, a longtime resident of South Shore, father of an 8-year-old son, Jacob, who is here in the audience right there. Spent about 20 years as a labor and community organizer and policy advocate, and most recently I was the Senior Director of Organizing and Advocacy at the Inner City Muslim Action Network, where I led our organizing work around access to healthy food, criminal justice reform, and also health systems reform. I'm running because as I look across the city with this upcoming election, we've got 15 open seats and another 10 or so that are up for grabs. And most of those seats are in Black neighborhood where we're already suffering from disinvestment and really stand in a moment where we can either get left behind or move forward. When I think about moving forward, it's about electing officials who not only share our values, but have also done the work and who care about people, right? And so over the last 20 years, I have fought and advocated for funding for people with disabilities and senior citizens, like my mother, who had a home care worker, and I was a cancer patient and needed access to services. Also advocated for early childhood education, child care for all, and was arrested in 2015 protesting Governor Rauner when he held our budget hostage and really harmed seniors and people in the Black community. And so when I think about how, oh, one last thing, this is really the biggest. I co-founded the Grassroots Alliance for Police Accountability in 2016, shortly after the killing of Laquan McDonald and the cover-up. The son of a police officer, but I also have been Black in Chicago for 50 years and know exactly what's at stake when it comes to our policing and our public safety system. In July of 2021, our coalition passed an ordinance that created the Community Commission on Public Safety and Accountability and the district councils, which people are going to be voting on in February. Because it's important to bring people together to fight for the things that we deserve. I look forward to telling you more about me during this hour. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Good.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
My name is Wallace E. Good, Jr. And I normally just go by Wallace Good, but the ballot says Wallace E. Good Jr., so know my full name. I haven't had to worry about a timer since I used to give my son time out and say 2 minutes time out. So I have my timer on as well. I'm a son of Woodlawn. I grew up, my family's lived in Woodlawn 62 years. As I told someone else, all my girlfriends were from South Shore, and we hung out in Hyde Park and South Shore all of those years. I went to Mount Carmel. I graduated. I used to say I attended Mount Carmel when someone said a lot of people say where they attended, so I had to correct it. I graduated from Mount Carmel, I graduated from Elmhurst College, and I graduated from the University of Vermont. Mount Carmel taught me discipline, it taught me teamwork, and it taught me discipline in a way that is critical right now. The University of Vermont taught me cultural survival. I thought I was just going to another part of the United States. It was another culture in its entirety. I've served on academic boards. I served on elementary school boards. I've served on high school boards. I've served on college boards of trustees. I get education. I get it from a policy standpoint. I get it from a front line. I've been a dean for 24 years. I deal with students every single day, and I help students of color survive the landmines of predominantly white institutions. I speak art, I speak family, I speak City Hall, I speak Southside, I speak University of Chicago. A new void is being created with an alderman who's leaving after so many years. We need somebody who already speaks to those entities to make sure we're not bamboozled. Last but not least, I'm a negotiator. I'm an experienced negotiator. I've spent my time negotiating. One of the best advantages of being an African-American male is dealing with predominantly white institutions that underestimate your ability. I go, that's right, don't think I can get it done. I'll fool you. I'm excited about running for this opportunity because I think now is a critical time to have somebody who speaks business, who understands economic opportunities for our community, someone who's lived here, who's seen their family grow up here.
Thank you very much. So because we're doing this in groups, I'm going to have to repeat myself when it comes to the organizations that are going to be interviewing. And could you just give a short introduction to who you are and what organization you represent for those people who weren't here earlier?
Good morning again. My name is Anton Seals Jr., Chair of South Shore Works.
Good afternoon. My name is Anthony Simpkins, President and CEO of Neighborhood Housing Services of Chicago.
Tanya Trice, Executive Director of the South Shore Chamber of Commerce.
Sean McGinnis from Lawrence Hall. We're a human service organization here in the community.
Levante Stewart Sr., Executive Director, Lost Boys, Inc., Sports-Based Youth Development Organization, also co-chair with Sean of the Public Safety Committee of South Shore Works.
Diane Hodges, Team Leader, South Merrill Community Garden and Paradise on Merrill Block Club. I am a safety strategist.
This is a 30-minute interview by the organization representatives. And in order to do that and make sure that all your questions are asked and answered, I would ask that you please keep your questions short. Please, less than 2 minutes. And the candidates would have 1 minute each to respond. Okay? Agreed. Would you like to start off?
Okay. Good morning. So I'll just be asking. I thought I would cover a lot of different ground. There's so much happening. So the 5th Ward, of course, is more than just South Shore. But my question is about your leadership. So what kind of leadership style do you think is going to be most helpful for South Shore, given that it also has two other aldermen? And if you can speak to how, and not only what, but also how you think your leadership will help impact and drive the change we need in South Shore.
Who's first?
Oh, and okay, I'll kick it off. So, and this is important, we'll do like a back and forth. So if you go first, so I'll start with Desmond, and then we'll go to Wallace, and then vice versa down the road.
Sure. So I have a very collaborative leadership style coming out of coalition work, which I think is absolutely necessary when you think about how really wards in the black community divide communities. And so South Shore has 3 aldermen, right? Hyde Park's got a couple, 3. And so I think it's important to understand that you have to have the ability to bring people into the room and also be empathetic, make space for all voices. This was also evident in my work at Iman, where we did a lot of work in Inglewood and Chicago Lawn. Inglewood particularly has 5 aldermen, but I worked very closely with Alderwoman Coleman and also Alderman David Moore, just to make sure that we had resources that came back to our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have 3 styles of leadership. I'm a service leader, I'm a participatory leader, and I'm a player coach. I'm a service leader because I believe that when I empower the team that I work with, they are empowered and they're a lot stronger than just me as the leader. I'm a participatory leader because I believe there's no way to get it done by myself. I don't even pretend that I know how to get it done by myself. I get it done with an outstanding team. It's one of the aspects I learned at Mount Carmel. And last but not least, I'm a player coach. If I can't do it, if I won't do it, if I'm not willing to roll up my sleeves, then it's hard to expect people to do it. I roll up my sleeves, I get dirty, I get in the ditch.
All right. Good morning, gentlemen. So I'll start then with Wallace.
Great.
So both of you guys referenced nonprofit community-based organizations that you work for or with. And I want to ask some questions that are specific to the things that an alderman does, actually. So local nonprofit and community-based organizations play a central role in supporting neighborhood residents and getting them the resources they need. They engage and give voice to local residents, and they connect residents with city and other resources and services. But the city's, and so the city leverages many of them as what are called delegate agencies. But the city's delegate agency framework can be onerous and even damaging to nonprofit organizations and community-based organizations. The city requires them to front fund these programs and services with their own money to be reimbursed later. The city won't reimburse them for the interest that they pay. If they have to borrow the money to front fund services, it can take months to reimburse them, and sometimes they even deny some of the expenses for clerical errors. The city also has a complicated and burdensome compliance and reporting requirements, difficult for small nonprofits to manage. This can drain resources of small and mid-sized nonprofits or even keep them from being able to be delegate agencies. How can the city provide a better process and more support for its nonprofit and delegate agencies, and how, as an alderman, could you promote that?
Anthony, I think that was a great question, partially because as the head of the executive director for the Chicago Empowerment Zone, I gave out $131 million, and those were all the rules that I was burdened with as the executive director. So I was able to beat the system by giving a $1 million grant to a not-for-profit whose job it was to give money to the delegate agencies as soon as they brought their receipts in. Bringing them in at 8 o'clock, you will have a check by 9 a.m. And there is a way to do that. When I left the city, I was told you can't help organizations who you advised because there's money left over, taught them how to encumber funds so that they didn't lose them at the end of the year. The city is notorious for sweeping non-for-profit accounts, putting it into account to build a bean. The city is overextended and it's made promises it can't keep, and to our delegate agencies, it puts them out of business unless you know how to work the city, and I do.
So I think that when we have issues like this, it's an issue of skill versus will, right? It's not a matter of the city can do it, it's a matter of if they want to. And so as an alderman, I think it's important to push that either through power or through legislation. Having worked at nonprofits that senior leadership with a $25 million nonprofit and senior leadership with an organization that had $250,000 in gross receipts, it's important to acknowledge that either way you're looking at potential cash flow issues, but these organizations exist to fill a void that the city has created through its disinvestment in our communities. And so since they created this problem, it's incumbent upon the city to resolve it and make sure that nonprofits are funded so that they can continue and actually multiply the impact in communities.
Thank you.
Thank you. In an effort to stop extractive and duplicate businesses along the 71st Street corridor, the current alderman introduced downzoning the district. That initiative was met with opposition from the community. And as you know, everyone has the right to open a business of their choice wherever they choose. If elected, what can you do to guarantee the community has more input in deciding what businesses come into our community so that we can receive the services and amenities that we desire?
So walked up and down 71st Street dozens or hundreds of times and have seen the lack of business investment along that corridor. And so on one end, it is important that we do have storefronts with stores in them, right? But again, the duplicative nature of some of the stores, it's important to think about what the community actually needs and values as we think about redeveloping that corridor. I'm a firm believer in community engagement. I spent almost 20 years as a community and labor organizer. You create the space for the people to have the conversation, and if they don't show up, you go get them. Because this is our community, this is where we live, and we've got larger community, larger entities who are interested in coming to this community. But I'm a firm believer in making sure that the community is the final arbiter in who comes, what comes, and how our community is built up. And my first job was with a small business owner on 55th Street who hired from the community. And when I think about crime and violence and other things that I'm sure we'll get to today, one of the things that's going to be important is making sure that we have people in our neighborhoods who are hiring from our communities so that we can invest in our communities in a very different way than we have. Thank you.
As executive director of the Hyde Park Chamber of Commerce, I took our membership from 186 businesses to 311. And how did I do that? I met individually with entrepreneurs who said, I have an idea, and I said, let's talk about that idea. Let's take it to fruition. I met with businesses who already had a business, and they said, I want to expand, and it's like, let's find a space for you where you can expand. I have a track record of helping businesses grow. 71st Street, I know what it looked like, but many of you don't know that 53rd Street used to look like 73rd Street. 53rd Street was not the commercial corridor of Hyde Park. It is possible to build a commercial corridor like that. And as the head of the chamber, I've been involved with that. But working for the mayor's office, I help businesses take the next step to becoming excellent. So what would I do specifically? I would invite the Chamber of Commerce of all three communities. Does Grand Crossing have a Chamber of Commerce that's in the north area? I don't think so. I would invite all the chambers together.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So mental health challenges, substance abuse, domestic violence, and homelessness are significant challenges in this community. However, the individuals that suffer from those challenges are our neighbors and our friends, and they are as much a part of this community as anyone else. What is your vision to help address what is a lacking system to support them here in this community?
Me first? Got you. Mental health.
Yes.
The reality of it is that our police are trying to do things that they were not trained to do. They are trained to serve and protect, and that's hopefully a different conversation. But they're not trained to handle the mental illness issues that are out there on the street. We need individuals, job opportunities, who are able to address that issue as they encounter folks who are struggling with that. As someone who worked with Habitat for Humanity and who working with abandoned homes as well as building new homes, I think there are ways that we can take abandoned buildings, vacant lots, and look at a homeless population and begin to give them investments and sweat equity. Certainly it's not going to take everybody off the street, and certainly it's not going to take all folks struggling with mental issues away, but it is how we begin the process and how we take it to the next step. So, more staffing, that's the end of my conversation? Oh, that's another way of stopping me, okay.
No, you can stop now.
Just that last sentence. We need to figure out how to get more staff to deal with mental health issues and how to look at homeless space in the community and address it.
Thank you.
As a person who suffered with depression and not had access to resources, I think it's important to not just provide resources for people, but make sure that people are aware of them, right? There's a stigma associated with our mental health, and it should be paid attention in the same way that we talk about our physical health and our eyes and our teeth. I know this ward voted in this last election in June to share a portion of our property taxes to increase mental health resources in the city. I think the first problem is that we had a mayor who closed mental health facilities across this city, and that's why problems like this are existing in the Black community in the first place. But I do believe that there are resources for organizations, community-based organizations who are already doing the work, and so we don't have to funnel this through the city, right? The previous conversation about resources for agencies. At Inner City Muslim Action Network, we have a behavioral health program that supports not just the community, but formerly incarcerated people. And so I know that it can be done. I also understand what the impact is, and this is going to be incumbent upon us as leaders and this new city hall, new city council to make sure that those resources do come.
Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, gentlemen. First, thank you both for being here. Two very reputable Black men that make us look really good. So I had a couple of questions, but I think I'm going to narrow this one back to business because that kind of is the theme right now with you. Most business owners in South Shore don't look like the residents or don't live here. How would you support the Chamber of Commerce and South Shore Works to put more working capital in the hands of resident entrepreneurs?
Yeah, so definitely working with South Shore Compact and identifying business owners who are in need of capital. The majority, somewhere around 80% of small business owners have one employee, and that's extremely significant in the Black community. But if they're able to capitalize and scale up and to be able to hire 2 and 3 and 4 more people, then that actually provides avenues for employment for folks. Also, I believe in job training. Not everybody's built for college, right? But there's a lot of lanes for opportunities for entrepreneurs. And so I could imagine partnering with chambers and other business entities to provide entrepreneur training. We tell people, go get an LLC, don't go buy Jordans, but we haven't told them how to run a business. And so if we set them up so that they partner with other business owners and mentors so that they understand how to run a business, how to market a business, how to capitalize and staff a business, hire for it, then we actually create more opportunities for those businesses to come to Woodlawn, South Shore, Kenwood, Hyde Park. Thank you.
Thank you.
Same question, and since there are tons, I can't even emphasize how many resources are out there. Part of the challenge is our businesses, our residents don't know how to access them. Unless you have an aldermanic office that is accessible and knowledgeable, you'll never learn about them. So when I tell us, I used to work for the city in another capacity as the head of Workforce Solutions. I love the title, Workforce Solutions. It was designed to take unemployed, underemployed, and illegally employed individuals and find them jobs in businesses. So it's not enough just to recruit a business to come to 71st Street or 67th Street. We also have to have training programs to provide those businesses with qualified staff that are from the community. So recruiting businesses, knowing what incentives they need, training programs for community residents, and combine that with resources that I know are out there. It's a winning combination. We just need, and I love when the brother hears, we need the will to do it.
Thank you.
So, how you doing?
Wonderful.
Good. Let's talk about underground economy. Underground economy is not going anywhere. I feel like our economy would totally crash if we didn't have people who did illegal things. I want you to share with me how you would address the fact that we have to coexist with a lot of this, and we have young people who they're not interested in your job because they make more money doing what they're doing, and they make their own hours, and they're entrepreneurs on their own, but also they bring with them a lot of chaos. So when you're talking about building a business corridor, if you can't get certain people to stay off that corridor, or if you can't get certain people to respect your community, how would you go about addressing people that really could care less about your resources? They have their own resources. They listen to things, they look at things, and they absorb information in their cellular memory, which is comfortable for them, and they're raising their children that way, and we're ending up going into like almost a third generation of this type of chaos.
Thank you.
I'll go first on that one. I think the reality of it is that as I talked to one young man, he said, Wallace, they're messing with my business. Think about that from a drug dealer's perspective. Wallace, they're messing with my business. And I sit down and say, the reality of it is you're messing with this community. And he's like, I contribute, I give money to these young bucks, and they buy in the neighborhood. So the conversation has to be, one, a business conversation. Somebody quoted that corner boys make $27,000 a year. I don't know if that's true or not, but I know we can offer a better deal. That's $15 an hour. Can't we offer better employment opportunities than $15 an hour? Somebody once said, the community is afraid because they're recruiting young kids as they walk down the street to go to school. We need to deal with that, whether it's a business of drug dealing or whether it's a business that moves into the street and blocks your passage. Businesses can be nuisances as well, and there are ways to deal with nuisance businesses. So, one, thinking about how to make that a less attractive entrepreneurial opportunity, and two, how to minimize the business impact.
Thank you.
Yep. So there's two facets to an underground economy, right? There's, somebody who's doing hair in the kitchen, right? And then there are folks who are doing harm in our community. To address the folks doing hair in the kitchen, I think we talked about this about, being able to capitalize, get resources to folks, help them understand that there's a better way to make more money. With folks who are engaged in criminal activity, I'm not like super law and order, but I also don't want to walk down the street and have riffraff in my way, right? And so when we talk about providing opportunities for them, to Wallace's point about $15 an hour on selling drugs on the street, most of those folks don't see past tomorrow, right? Especially if you're young. There's a song, I believe the children are the future, teach them well and let them lead the way. We've taught them that they are worthless and don't have value in our community. And so, though that those opportunities exist, job training, jobs in itself, we haven't prepared them for that. And so if we have to take a few steps back and make sure that we offer job preparedness, grace. Like I remember my first job, and I was a 16-year-old who needed a little bit of grace. And so I think that there's a need for those things as well. But in order to make sure that our business corridors are attractive, I think like for now, we do need a few more police officers to make sure that we're cleaning up our streets. And then all of our business owners need to be responsible to the community. I know that we've had challenges with gas station owners and grocery stores who haven't been responsible members of our community and haven't contributed. Like those folks need to be called to the carpet as well, because we want a community that thrives and is a destination, not one that people are running from.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Trice wants to ask a clarifying question, a follow-up question.
Thank you, Mary. Keeping on the conversation about how we can attract more businesses along the 71st Street corridor, our challenge is not the lack of businesses or entrepreneurs that are interested. We have plenty business development courses and programming. Our challenge is a lack of access and site control. So what I am asking is, how would your office, if you are elected, how would you help us work with City Hall to guarantee that we have more control over the businesses that come into this community? How can we have access or learn about new licenses that have been issued with the City Hall, so that we can have a say in what comes into the South Shore community and along the 71st Street district?
I think elect me.
And then what?
All the things you said are reality. As business person with the chamber, I met with aldermen all the time who had the power to help a business or stop a business. The alderman has that ability. Now, they may get pushed from downtown on some occasions and they have to push back, but the alderman can help us understand, the alderperson can help us understand businesses who are interested. They can help them clear hurdles. They can block undesirables if they want to. And they can't do it just by a wave of their hand, but there are so many policies in place to do it if the alderman wants to do it. The alderman has to listen to you and make the decision, this is what kind of business we want in our community, and this is who we will support.
Yeah, I'll agree with most of what Wallace has said and add this thing. So our current alderperson hasn't, we can say that her administration and her staff haven't really utilized the community in its best way, right? There's flow of information, access that hasn't really let people know what's going on. And so to your comment about, like, how do we know what's going on? Like, elect me, right? and my office will make sure that the community is involved in these discussions, because we shouldn't be having last-minute conversations about businesses that are coming to our community that are either duplicative or harmful to our community, right? We want to make sure that we are growing and thriving. I worked at South Shore Bank in the 90s. I know what this neighborhood used to look like, and I know what it can be, and the only way we're going to do that is if the community's voice is in every room.
All right, thank you. We
Thank
have
you,
a
gentlemen.
follow-up question, another follow-up question from our panel. Anton?
Yes. So I know we've talked a lot about economic development, but I want to touch on two things to kind of shift around the position of South Shore, which is one, just to follow up around how your leadership as the Fifth Ward Alderman would impact around the environmental issues we're dealing with on the lakefront, and then also South Shore as a transportation hub. It was also mentioned earlier around the Obama Center being opened, the traffic issues that it is causing, walling us off to the even leaking money to Hyde Park. So want to get some of your thoughts around how you see what your leadership would be able to do to address those two specific issues.
So around transportation, again, community-led development is going to be key. I worked in Inglewood with the Go Green on Racine Coalition, which was Iman, Teamwork Inglewood, and residents of Greater Inglewood. There's a campaign currently to reopen the Green Line stop at 63rd and Racine, which was closed 30 years ago as a part of renovating the line, but that stop was not reopened because what happens in the black community is promises get made and then they get left behind, right? But this development is now moving forward because of community involvement and community engagement. The other piece was transportation and
the environment.
The environment, similarly so,
Lakefront
right?
community.
Like when we look at the Obama Presidential Center, which is coming and hasn't come without controversy, it's kind of come in and sort of done its own thing and asked the community to just go along with it. But for example, we're losing 2,100 trees in Jackson Park, right? And if you believe in nature or if you love this community, like that's significant, and it's important to make sure that the community, again, is involved in these conversations. The reason why black community has been left behind is because elected officials in our neighborhoods have decided that they were the judge, jury, and executioner for everything that happens in our neighborhoods. And we have less people involved because they have not made themselves available to the community. This is what I do for a living. I've done it for 20 years, and it won't change in this office.
Thank you.
The environment is critical because I'm a kid of Woodlawn. Jackson Park has never been for me. It was a golf course, it was a yacht club, it was Larabita, and then there was this sliver along Stony Island. But we went to the Museum of Science and Industry regularly as I grew up, and it was free. It was one of the best educations I had as a young child. I spent time with the Promontory Coalition for the protection of the promontory. I talked to folks dealing with the South Shore Nature Sanctuary and recognized that the lake was a salvation for me as a kid growing up in the city, and I will fight to protect it as well as the parks. The question about where we're going with transportation, I'll be candid. I live in Hyde Park. I live a bus stops in front of my house, the metro train stops behind my house. That might sound a little bit congested, but it's very convenient transportation. I look forward to working with Metra to recognize that that's an incredible corridor that has been neglected. And we know they know how to do it because south of 65th, they've put in big money to the Metra stations. So Metra and CTA need a whole lot of encouragement to make it happen.
Okay, I have two questions in one. One, what do you see as a priority for South Shore, not the 5th Ward, but the 5th Ward in South Shore? And two, what is a timeline for success? When will we start seeing the fruit of your labor?
Public safety, right? Folks in South Shore don't feel as safe as they used to, right? Whether it is carjackings or folks on the street or coming down 71st Street and seeing that blue Christmas light every day after 4 o'clock, right? Like, I don't feel safe seeing police lights in my neighborhood. However, I moved back to this community after a divorce in 2018. 2 weeks later, Aretha Gustus was killed. And so we've got issues around public safety, and we also have issues around policing in this community. And it's important to make sure that all residents feel safe in the city, in South Shore, and in their interactions with police. And so for 6 years, I fought to create the Community Commission on Public Safety and Accountability, which is not just set up to provide, an apparatus to hold police accountable, but the district councils that were created by it create community-level engagement around policing in the community. So South Shore has different needs than Inglewood does. Inglewood has different needs than Mount Greenwood does, but 35th Street CPD decides that this is how it's going to go. The community needs to be involved in these conversations. So when we talk about restorative justice, people not only have to know what that means, but also have to be practitioners of it for it to be successful. When we talk about providing jobs for people so that they get off the street and stop selling drugs and stop shooting, we also have to make sure that those resources are community-based and community-led, because we know what we need here in the South Shore, and we don't need anybody else to come in here and tell us what it is.
So when should we see success?
Immediately. So the district council work has already started. District council elections are going to be the same time as ours. At that point, after the district councils are seated, the permanent commission is seated for the Community Commission on Public Safety and Accountability, and they have already started doing work to to remove the gang database, to change police policies, to make sure that not only, again, police are held accountable, but that we're safe, and I will just continue that work. So some of that work is happening now, but once the new district council folks are seated, which they don't exist at this point, right? Mm-hmm. We all get elected at the same time. Mm-hmm. At that point, just continuing the connection with them and making sure that there is this community-led effort to make sure that we're safe here.
Okay, but realistically, you'll be a new alderman, right? Mm-hmm. And the district councils are going to be a whole new position, which hasn't really been identified for what exactly they're going to do or what they will do. But as an individual outside of the district council, as the alderman, how do we see success? When do we start seeing success? Whether it's public safety, economic development, health and wellness. I'm looking for when will we say, oh, he's a great alderman, he's doing something, or sure. Or we're going to hear, or we don't know what he's doing, or we're going to hear he's not doing anything.
Got it. Yeah, you'll see the work right away. But to your point about being a new alderman, we're going to have at least a third of the city council is new, possibly a new mayor, and by some estimates, as many as 28 new aldermen. Like this, City Hall is going to be a mess for a while. My focus is going to be really a little bit of intelligence gathering to make sure that we're able to identify what the needs are that needs are in South Shore. Stuff that can be handled outside of City Hall will be handled there, such as business development and being able to identify resources and connect people to those. The work legislatively, I think, is going to be a mess, if we're going to be completely honest, and it's going to take a little bit of time for us to get to that space. And so we may not see the results and the fruit of the labor, but you'll see me out there tilling in the field immediately.
Okay, so next election, are you going to be able to give us some successes, or are we going to hear we're still working on networks?
Results. I believe in results. This
okay.
is not going to be.
I won't
be back in 4 years telling y'all what I'm going to do. I'm going to tell you, and after the first year, I'll tell you what we've done.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's good.
March 1st. March 1st is the day after the election, and that's when the alderman will take over. But currently, I already meet with people in this community to talk about the various areas. What will be my priority? The reality of it is, I think it's difficult to say one over the other. It depends on who you talk to. If I'm talking to educators, they say our schools are falling apart. What are you going to do about our education today? When I talk to community leaders, they say our streets are unsafe. What are you going to do about violence? When I talk to chamber, what are you going to do about businesses? The reality of it is, we need an incredible SWAT team that will address these issues simultaneously day one. And it doesn't start March 1st, it's a continuation of what's going on right now as I meet with community groups to see What are you currently doing? Who are the leaders addressing violence? Who are the leaders addressing education? Who are they and what are you doing? This is not brand new. You guys have been in the fight, in the trenches for a while. What can the alderperson do for us downtown and building and bringing these community groups together? So what will the results be? The results will be, and somebody once said, how long do you plan to be an alderman, Wallace? And I said, I'm gonna be an alderman for a while, but I'm training young people to take over. The goal is that the next generation of leaders need to learn how to be a leader. They've been lost in the last 24 years. They haven't been brought up to speed. They haven't been kept involved, whether they're new businessmen or women, whether they're new entrepreneurs outside of business and in education. So, first priority will be the 6 things I always talk about: education, environment, and the economy, access to health care, attack on assault weapons, going gangbusters on guns, and access to, well, I said quality health care, education. So there's 6 things that I push for all the time that have to be addressed simultaneously. They're like water. You can't just address one and not deal with the other 6. You can't do it sequentially. You need to do it simultaneously.
So when will we see the fruit of your labor?
It's already happening. I meet every week I go to events that talk about violence, and I'm talking with the commander and a part of think tanks that talk about how can we address the violence in our community. One of the slogans would be, for Valentine's Day, get your boo a club. You know, think about it in that sense.
We're going to be looking for the fruit of your labor.
All right.
Thank you very much. At this point, we're going to come to the community. It's your chance to be heard. If you have questions and have dialogue with the candidates, I will say that in the question that you asked, there's got to be a question. This is not a speech time for a speech question. And if you don't get the answer, or you don't think the candidates answer, you get a chance to ask them to clarify. But we are not going to let you have a speech. So those rules are fair? Okay? All right. Oh, and I get to hold the mic.
Lauren Taylor, concerned community resident. Real quick, corner boys, $8.50 an hour, $12 an hour max, okay? First of all. Anyone in here, and I'm including myself in this, if you're talking about economic, anyone in here, including myself, if you're talking about economic corridor development, ask yourself how many purchases did you make on Amazon or an online service last year? Happy to report you can shop at local market on Instagram. My question to you is, how are we going to develop 71st Street in the reality of an economic condition where a commercial corridor of brick and mortar stores may be a thing of the past? And I want to hear specifics.
Thank you. We're going to start with Mr. Good.
A commercial corridor may be a thing of the past, but that doesn't mean that there are not economic opportunities that can flourish. I think of a daycare center right at the Metro Track stations for parents who are trying to get on the Metro Tracks and head downtown. The other day, someone was talking about a cannabis dispensary that would be part of a new community. There are economic opportunities that are out there that are not driven by brick and mortar traditional businesses. They come and they go. In Hyde Park, during the COVID, we lost 18 businesses, but 28 opened up. What do those 28 businesses know that other businesses don't know? I think Tanya says it a lot. They need to work, we need to work collectively on dealing with the landlords who are absent and not willing to develop the space. That's a step-by-step, but an immediate process to begin.
Mr. Yancey?
Yeah, I believe in cooperative economics, and so I can imagine those storefronts are, I think, brick and mortars are a thing of the past. There are a lot of people who are, creating things with their Cricut machine out of their home or other handmade goods, and would be able to sell more if they had a brick and mortar place. So I can imagine a storefront that had short-term leases or leased table or shelf space to allow these people to be able to sell those wares. Also, cooperative community kitchens, right? There are a lot of people who are selling plates. If you look at Facebook, you can get chicken dinner for $10 and somebody will bring it to your house. But we don't know what those kitchens look like, right? So if we can imagine having a commercial kitchen where people get to share a license, get the sanitation certification, and still be able to provide healthy meals or things for people in a brick and mortar space again, right? So we can look at reimagining how or repurposing retail corridors in a way that brings people to our community. And also thinking about, we have a metro train that runs right down 71st Street, and there was probably a time where people would be coming from Indiana or downtown and go, you know what, I'm gonna stop and see a movie at this movie theater, or I'm gonna shop in this store. Those stores in that movie theater don't exist anymore, and so we wanna make sure that as people are riding by, that they wanna get off the train, right, at Jeffrey and patronize this community.
Thank you. Mr. Good?
You want me to answer again?
Yeah, no, you already answered.
I'd love to.
Okay.
I already did.
Hi, can you hear me okay? My name is Susanna Ribstein. I live about 4 blocks away from here. I'm a volunteer at the South Shore Nature Sanctuary and a member and recently elected president of the South Shore Cultural Center Park Advisory Council. So I wanted to ask about parks issues. It was mentioned in passing in what you were just talking about. We talked about the OPC, but what I wanted to talk about in South Shore specifically is the plans for the expanded golf course are sort of around. No news about that yet, but what I wanted to ask was how you will support financially, environmentally, and socially responsible investments in the green space in the 5th Ward that we need and that we've been asking for, that will protect the current community members' access to the green space and the resources that they need and that they deserve on our lakefront.
Yeah. So I'm a photographer. Spend a lot of time at the Point and South Shore Cultural Center, 2 of my favorite places to photograph people because they're so beautiful and offer so many different looks. We need to keep that, right? 50 years ago, South Shore Cultural Center was barely accessible to black people, and we don't want to bring in a golf course that is redesigned that then still alienates particularly black people in this neighborhood who patronize it, right? And so I'll admit, I don't know everything about how all this is shaken out to this point about the golf course and its effect on the community, except we got a new alderman coming, right? And so it's important to take a step back, re-engage the community, re-engage the people, because the folks who live here should be the ones who decide what we get, right? And so if there are people in the community who want a world-class golf course and want people priced out of it, I'm probably not the person you want to elect for office, right? At the end of the day, if we want to make sure that this community, which is ours today and should remain ours even with this development, that we hold developers responsible to our community and make sure that we protect our green space. That's the one thing, not the one thing, one of the things that makes South Shore beautiful, and we need to keep that.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
The one thing I've enjoyed about this candidate forum is that when I continue to hear what other candidates say, I haven't disagreed with them. On one level, I'm excited that we've never got into like, I don't agree with you, I disagree, because that's not productive. What I can say is all of the candidates that we've been working with have really great ideas. So I hope you collect those ideas and make sure that whoever is sitting in the aldermanic chair remembers all the great ideas brought up by all the candidates. I have a commitment to the environment. I've worked with people like Jack Spicer in Hyde Park to support the coalition that is defending and making sure that the Promontory Point becomes a landmark and it's moved ahead in City Council. But part of it is knowing the Jack Spicers of the world. How can you fight for the South Shore Nature Sanctuary if you don't know the players who are arguing for it and what they're arguing for? A volunteer on the chamber, listen to me, a volunteer on my committee has proposed a golf course that continues to keep the South Shore Nature Sanctuary and places another hole southeast of the sanctuary, which is an exciting idea. He spent his own money to come up with that rendition so that we could look at it. That's the kind of creative thinking that we need. I'm very much in the same vein that with Yancey. I'm not a big fan of a super expensive golf course across the street. I haven't played golf. I don't play golf. As I said, the golf course was never mine when I grew up in Woodlawn. I would rather see the park dedicated to something very different. One thing, going to school in Vermont taught me of people who embrace winter. We don't embrace the park in the wintertime, we avoid it.
Thank you. Any more questions from the community?
Thank you both for your just your creativity, nuance, commitment, et cetera. You had mentioned Hyde Park. Hyde Park is a tale of 2 communities, right? So it is in the background of University of Chicago. You have a different population, you have different environmental factors, economic factors, et cetera. And South Shore is a different type of community with more barriers. So I know you had mentioned that there are so many different groups that have priorities, but what is your one distinct priority for South Shore with the concrete solutions tied to it? And then how do we hold you accountable to ensure that the promises that you are making can be seen visibly and not just a recap when we come back to another political cycle?
All right. Yes, sir.
I'll start with two things. One of my careers was to train senior level Fortune 100 company executives how to live and work in another culture. And part of training them was to help them learn to pay attention to the culture. What are the non-spoken rules of a culture? What is the history of the culture? So when I think of South Shore, didn't grow up in South Shore, don't know the long-term history, but that's why I reach out to leaders and say, you tell me what's going on right now and what's your plan for changing and bringing that about. I think the bottom line gets to you work with groups and you help them move ahead. Having worked at the university and working for the city and growing up, I speak those languages. Clearly, the university has its mission. And unless you understand the deep history and strategy of the university, we are destined to be taken advantage of by them, by the city, by entrepreneurs who have money and don't care about the culture and the value. Part of it is being able to negotiate with each of those at an equal level. And often, I don't think we have that ability. Someone says, I'm all for the university or I'm all for the city, and they don't recognize and work with the other entities that are influencing our community. I have background and skill in doing that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd focus on economic development. When we think about all of our concerns around the Obama Presidential Center, we do know that there's going to be a boon for some folks who want to create businesses, right? And so I want to create more mom and pop businesses, more local businesses. I'd like to see more local businesses who are already doing work in the community expand, and again, I said be capitalized. I don't want to say a Hyde Park resident. I went to Kenwood, 85 to 89, and I remember, to Wallace's point, what 53rd Street looked like, right? And it's far different. Here we are 30-some years later, and it is a place that we all kind of go to eat dinner outside and get a cup of coffee, right? Or buy something handmade from a local artisan. I think we need that on 71st Street. And because we've got 20 some odd vacant storefronts, and we've got this boon again that's coming with the development of the OPC, there's an amazing opportunity. And with that economic development comes jobs, comes resources. I met a brother yesterday whose office is across from mine in the local market, who has a job training program, who's going to be starting, I believe, February 1st. So he took up an office space that's not vacant, right? And he's also providing a resource to the community. So it's also an opportunity to be really creative about what we bring outside of what currently exists. And again, it's the community should decide what comes, not somebody else.
Thank you.
Yes, my name is William, resident here in the community. I was curious, do you guys, the police department is a major underutilized resource in our community. Do you guys have experience with partnering with that resource in your past and history? And also, how do you look forward to the future, if you're the alderman, with using that resource and your thoughts? Specifically, are you thinking about more police? Are you thinking about cameras? I'm looking for specifics on how you're going to combine those two. Thank you.
Sure. In the creation of the ordinance, which was a 6-year labor of love, we spent time meeting with the Chicago Police Department and its constitutional officers of constitutional policing and others to craft this ordinance as we thought about the impact that we wanted it to make. Recently spent some time with the District Advisory Council Chair Monty, who some of y'all have met if you spent time in the 3rd or 2nd District. I've got relationships with police. I come from a policing family and do agree that they're underutilized, however, or underutilized for our needs. We're over-policed often in black communities, but in the wrong way, right? We have officers who aren't based in the community, and so they see something and they think it's something other than what it is. That's what happened when Snoop got murdered, right? And so it's bringing the police in to acknowledge that their role is not just law and order, right? That they have a role that they can provide real safety and leadership in our communities. But it's going to take us to have this conversation with police caps chairs and also district commanders so that they understand that this isn't going to be a typical deployment as they think about policing. Like, we want to bring resources here. We want to make sure that folks, again, feel safe, but also feel safe in their interactions with the police. So there's a lot of work to be done around public safety, but grateful to be in the position today in the work that I do to impact that.
Thank you.
If you don't remember anything else I say this afternoon, remember the phrase war zones. War zones. In the 1970s, when the government declared war on crime, on drugs, on poverty, they made neighborhoods war zones overnight. And the police in these war zones are acting as military protection for the war zone. They're not necessarily there serving and protecting in the way we need them to serve and protect. So we don't have a Band-Aid to fix a war zone, but that's what we hear and that's what's proposed often. We'll just get more police. We'll just train them a little bit better. That's not how you solve the problem in a war zone. So think about it. I used the term Marshall Plan, and someone said, Wallace, most people won't know what a Marshall Plan is, so look it up. It's an effective way to strategically, simultaneously hit multiple issues and rebuild communities. A Marshall Plan. Let's call it the Fifth Ward Plan.
Thank you.
Oh, you're gonna hold it. Okay, my name is Myra Garrett. My question is, the current mayor issued a couple hours after she was voted in an executive order, and it limited the power or the prerogative of aldermen. How would that affect your ability to bring into the community businesses or any project that you wish to work on?
Who's first?
Or to stop ones that you don't want that she may want to put into the area?
Oh, am I first?
So you're talking about automatic privilege?
Yeah.
Prerogative or whatever.
Automatic prerogative. So I spent 3 months working in Alderman Hairston's office. It's a part-time role doing director of outreach. And then that was right at the time that the mayor had sort of removed this, I don't want to say power, but this resource from our communities, right? Hopefully we get a new mayor, I'm going to say that in this room, right? That really restores that. Because again, I think it's super important that the people in the community are the ones who decide what comes to the community. In the event that we do find Mayor Lightfoot in a second term, I think that there are still ways to go around this mayor to bring resources to bear. But I'll add one more thing. I worked with Mayor Lightfoot in passing this ordinance for police accountability. We got 36 votes in council and got the support of the mayor, which tells me that if the people are right, the elected officials are going to be on the right side. And so as long as we stand up for ourselves as a community and really demand, and I say that again, demand the things that we want, then I get to go to the 5th floor and fight like hell to make sure we get it.
I'm used to being part of organizations that are the underdog. And being part of that organization, you learn how to win in a very different kind of way. You're not going to win a fight against a force that is 10 times larger than you. You need to go around them. You need to go over them. You need to get somebody else who works for them to infiltrate them and take them out from behind. The strategy in working with the mayor is quite simple. The mayor has a great deal of power, and so do the people. And too often, we are divided. I've been in enough meetings where I saw the mayor divide the leadership so they would not organize against him. This was Mayor Daley Jr. I know that the people can organize, and there are strategies to get around. There's a difference between being a bureaucrat and being a good administrator. All it takes is figuring out how to beat the system. The last thing I'll say on that, you would never send somebody onto the field to play football without knowing the rules and secret strategies. You would never send someone on the court or into a court of law without having a few tricks up their sleeve to beat the historic players. And I think historic players need to be beaten, and I know how to do that.
Geraldine Thompson, community resident for over 40 years. Both of you gentlemen value a good education. What kind of impact can an alderman have on improving the elementary schools in our community and providing services for our young people, particularly after school, so that they have some place to go and something to do?
I think when we think about, and I'm so glad because one of my things up here was that we haven't talked about education. And as someone who's been working in education for 25 years, I'm passionate about it. We have 13 elementary schools, 4 high schools, and a world-class university in our community, and our schools suffer. Partially, it hasn't been a priority for those 4 high schools, that world-class university, and the leadership in our 13 schools. So again, I believe you step back, you learn the culture. I was invited to be actively involved in South Shore when I was invited to a meeting that was addressing issues a school was having with its playground that had been taken over by drug dealers, that had been taken over, and the question the community pushed, how are we going to fix this? And I was so excited when I saw the bushes cut down and the space better lit so that they fixed it. So I know that you can fix it. The question is, inside the school, you will hear me say, I think teachers should be paid $1 million. They are the best resources out here, and we need to address that with our family, our teachers, and the academic program that is involved. So we need to do both.
Yeah, and to build on that, I'm a former teacher. I taught at Ariel Community Academy. Its first 2 years it was in existence, and so I know what an under-resourced school feels like, right? It's an amazing school, and we did great with what we had, but in the first 2 years, people didn't take us seriously. So the first thing I would do is trust teachers, right? In 2012, I walked the strike line with teachers, fighting that our students had much better access and a much better educational experience. In 2013, I marched in support of teachers when they closed 50 schools, racist and divisive way that closed schools in black neighborhoods and mostly named after black people. Trust teachers. And so building relationships with educators in the ward, and then being an advocate, and understanding that the Chicago Public Schools is now being governed by an elected representative school board, which I actually worked on that campaign as well. Like, I just believe in justice, educational justice, food justice, criminal justice reform, but I believe that the people who are most impacted need to be the people who lead in these spaces. My role is to be an advocate and take those voices into the room where their pain becomes policy. And so I'll listen to teachers and make sure that we are fighting for the resources that they need in their schools.
Thank you. Final question.
Hello, I work in the community, and I noticed you all kept speaking on schools. So as far as non-for-profits, what priority do you all have as far as after-school programs, not necessarily involving schools, but involving other organizations to help?
Yeah, there are just lots of ways that nonprofits can get involved in supporting our students. There are arts programs, which I benefited from as a grade school and high school student, leadership programs, right, that sort of prepare our students for success. You know, when we talk about youth, I kind of get this thing in my mind where we're talking about like kids between the ages of 14 and 18. But I think it has to be expanded from that, because as we're looking at carjacking kids who are 12 years old, that we have to make our reach a little bit deeper and a little bit earlier, and more particularly with kids who have aged out of the young people, right, that 18 to 25, who have really just been left behind and forgotten. I had somebody tell me we should just take that generation, throw them away, and then start with new kids. And it broke my heart, right, because all we're going to do is bring these new kids into I'm not going to curse, we're in a beautiful building, but bring them into a terrible situation that we have not bothered to remedy. And so while we have folks here who are willing to do the work, folks who are working really hard to protect our kids, we need to broaden the ages in which we support them, and then also make those resources more accessible and available.
There are 55 people in this room. I want 55 suggestions of what you think we should do to educate our children. Every time I meet with people, I say, what do you think we should do to help educate our children? Let me take that back to the school boards. Let me take that back to the Board of Education. Let me take that back to various campuses and discuss that. Part of the things that I know are successful when we talk about simple, what can you do in the long run and what can you do today? Today, tomorrow, how are safe passages working? Can it be improved? Can we give our children safe corridors to get to school? Tomorrow, can we get parents more involved? What's the incentive to get a parent involved? It used to be you sent your child to school and the school augmented what the parents were doing. I come from a family of teachers, and they talk about the fact that children arrive ill-prepared, and how can I get to teaching them ABCs when I'm teaching them how to respect each other and not how to abuse each other? I can't even get to that until the day is half over. So we need to improve what our kids come to. So if you talk about something before school and after school, a program tells me I got 30 kids in a program teaching them golf. I go, that's great. And they're like, I got those kids going to college. I'm like, that's great. But what about the 2,970 other kids in the neighborhood that we need to work with? So the bottom line is, the 55 of you plus everybody else, I need to hear programs that you know work with our children after school, before school, and on the weekends.
Thank you very much for your participation. We thank the panel, we thank the candidates, and we thank the audience for your questions.
Come on, panelists. I know. We're going to try to get some food.
All right, thank you very much. We're here for the What's in It for South Shore Forum. My name is Mary Mitchell. I'm with the Chicago Sun-Times for 30 years, but I've been in South Shore for 12. And 12 of those years have been the best years for me. I love it, love it, love it. So today, though, we're going to talk to the candidates who decided they wanted to fill the spot. They wanted to fill the spot that's been left vacant. And I'm going to introduce them. They will have 1 minute each to talk about whatever they want to talk about before you start asking them questions. This panel is Renita Ward, Dee Perkins, and Joshua Gray. Before we start with the questions, I would ask the panel to introduce themselves.
Okay. Again, my name is Anton Seals Jr., Chair, South Shore Works.
Simpkins, President and CEO of Neighborhood Housing Services of Chicago.
Tanya Trice, Executive Director of the South Shore Chamber of Commerce and South Shore Chamber Community Development Corp.
Sean McGinnis from Lawrence Hall.
Levante Stewart Sr., Executive Director of Lost Boys, Inc.
Diane Hodges, Safety Strategist.
Thank you. We want to start with our candidates, the questions that they're going to be received. We're going to start on this end with Renita to give your 1 minute talk.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Renita Q. Ward. I am looking to serve as your next 5th Ward alderperson. I am a resident of Hyde Park. I want to start by, first of all, thanking you all for being engaged citizens and taking time out of your Saturday to be here. I also want to thank the organizers and the collaborators of this opportunity. I'm here to move our ward forward together. I'm a practicing attorney. I'm also a minister at a local church. I believe that gives me unique capabilities to, one, do the professional side of the job, but with a compassionate heart. People enter into our conversation coming from different sectors of life, but my intention is to focus on all of us being safe, focusing on our youth, focusing on economic development, focusing on education and government efficiency. Again, my name is Renita Q. Ward. I'm here to earn your vote today and to work with you to move the 5th Ward forward together. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gray.
All righty, I'm gonna stand up too. Around you, excuse me. All righty. Afternoon. My name is Joshua Gray. I'm a Hyde Park native. I'm currently a South Shore resident, about 8+ years. Father of 4. I started my career as an organizer, so I have the organizing skills to organize our community and plus organize votes in City Hall. I then moved to education, 13 years as a teacher, dean, and assistant principal. I know our schools in South Shore need some work. I'm here to do that as well, but I also know how to manage people and manage a budget. We had $1 million budget when I was a school administrator, and so I do know how to manage a budget, a big budget. And lastly, I then transitioned to political advocacy, right? I first started in the educational field, lobbying downstate and City Hall and at the school board for our kids to have better schools. I now run political campaigns. I've ran political campaigns in the city, county, and state level, and have a political consulting firm. One of the major reasons I want to be your alderman is because 3 things: public safety, right? I'm tired of like going to bed and hearing gunshots, right? And that's a common thing in South Shore, right? Next, community development, right? We need to get these abandoned buildings and these property owners on the same field. Thank you so much. I'm respecting the time.
Thank you. And finally, we have D. Perkins.
Hello, thank you all for being here. My name is Dee Perkins, and as you know, I am running to be your next 5th Ward alderperson. I love talking South Shore. It's home. It has been home for more than 16 years, or for nearly 16 years. And even though while that's a little bit of time, I've met many of you who have deep roots in South Shore. Many of you have lived here for several years and have reminisced with me over yesteryear about what it used to be like to live in South Shore. And under my leadership, together, we can get back there. I'm about community, growth, and prosperity. My goal is to create a safer, closer community. I want to do that by creating a community patrol and response team, a ward-wide Wi-Fi. And I also like to protect our seniors, engage our youth, and encourage entrepreneurship and local development. We're going to hear a lot of talk about experience, and I have experience working in government, and I also have life experience. There's not going to be much that you're going to bring to me that I have not personally dealt with or am going through now. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to being your next alderperson.
Thank you. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to change it up a little bit. And we're going to start at the far end, to my right, with the first question. And that question will go to Ms. Perkins.
So we have an issue with management companies and owners of buildings. And so on my block, we have a large investment company that is working with us, but they're not getting the assistance that they need and require from the Alderman's office or the 3rd District because they're understaffed. What would you do to help investment developers, management companies, or owners that were attempting to assist us in raising the vibration and the narrative of stories in our community?
That's a great question. Thank you. Well, my first thing would be to form a group, a committee within my office that would work with property managers throughout the ward. While I was petitioning, I went to the parkways here, and I met with, for 2 weeks in a row, I sat with their management and the tenants as they discussed issues that they have and issues with the management. I also spoke with neighbors in the surrounding area, in the Highlands and other places who have issues with those neighbors and their management as well. And so I would work with management throughout the entire ward, to develop processes and communications that would allow us to solve our problems. Over in the parkways, they're doing a renovation, and I like the things that they're doing. And so I would like to stay working with that property management company to make sure that they live up to the things that they promised and that the tenants get what they deserve as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Joshua?
All right, so just to understand the question, you want to, how do we navigate the big landlord owners, right? And is that right?
How do you assist? We already are working with a landlord company, and we're almost like a model for South Shore. So what would you do to help them? Because they've put in cameras, they've done certain things, they've submitted to everything we asked them to, but they're not getting support from our leaders, our elected officials in the ward.
All right, so the first thing I would definitely do is, I think you have to get the landlords, the big box landlords, and the community groups that are in South Shore on one accord, right? And the police on one accord. Once you do that, you have to support them in any way, any form and fashion, right? And so I am involved with a few other neighbors in the Highlands. We bought the building on 70th and Bennett, right? And so we can support them by doing more of that stuff. I think I believe in community ownership, and I believe that if we put our minds and money and experiences together, we can help them. We can help not only landlords, but help us in general to make a better South Shore.
Thank you. Renita?
Thank you for the question. I think in a nutshell, I would continue this conversation as your next alderperson. I hear you saying that you already have the relationship and you have the landlord who is ready to do the things that you'd like them to commit to. What you don't have is an alderperson who is responding to and supporting the needs that you have. I'd like to, as your next alderperson, ensure that I listen to the constituents. This South Shore Compact already illustrates that you've done a fantastic job of bringing yourselves together to create one voice and to work together. So my first order of business would be to start here. I maintain my constituent hours. I'd actually be available to speak to you during the times that I advertise that I'm going to be there. My staff would be dedicated to being available as well. I'd have at least one person who would be involved with the local constituents, particularly as it relates to what you're bringing up, which is housing. I think also at my ward meetings, my goal is to have individuals from different sectors, in particular safety, streets and sanitation, to also answer questions and respond. So I'd be available and accessible and work with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Lost Boys?
All right, I want to go off script a little bit here. Had planned questions, but just want to kind of put a real challenge in front of you. What makes you different than Leslie Hairston, any other alderman that's been here? I've been in this community 47 years on 71st Street all my life. What makes you different? What are you going to do realistically that's different than any of your predecessors?
Well, first of all, I'm hands-on. If you haven't seen me yet, I'm surprised. I'm in the community always. I walk through the community. I know what's going on. If you want to reach me, you'll be able to do that. Also, I can't be bought, and that's not to point fingers at anybody, but I've done research on our entire alderman history throughout Chicago, and corruption is a big problem. And like I said, I cannot be bought. My moral compass is in place. And so if you're looking for a thought leader who's going to do the work, put their head down, do the work, and will be able to, you'll be able to reach when you need them, then I'm your leader.
Simply put, I'm already doing the work, right? I'm involved in probably every one of the organizations that's up here right now, or a member of some form, or worked with you in some form, in some fashion. I put my money where my mouth is. I've invested into the community, and as I said earlier, we bought the building on 70th and Bennett, and we probably plan to probably buy another one. I have the experience, right? I've worked for 2 sitting aldermen. I've been to committee meetings. I've voted. I've helped aldermen with the budget season. I know how to read that. So I've been very much involved in the process, and I've been very much involved in South Shore, including us looking for a grocery store, you know, us having the Metro tracks, you know, partnering with Metro to beautify the area. I've been to SSA meetings, so I'm very much South Shore, very much involved, and whether I win or lose, that will continue.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I hear you saying what makes me different. First of all, my name is Renita Q. Ward. I am a different person and an individual. I bring to you capability as a practicing attorney, but also as a clerk at the criminal courthouse. I do understand some of the issues that our community uniquely faces as it comes to crime and safety, as it comes to the mass incarceration system. So I understand the challenges that people go through and are faced with. But that's not all. As a pro bono lawyer, street level view with individuals bringing in their problems with their housing, with nursing homes, with being able to find and maintain jobs. I've been there dedicating countless volunteer hours to help individuals at the individual level. And then also as a community minister, I understand what it's like to travel to the nursing home, to the hospital, to go into people's individual home, and to be a compassionate leader and listener to help bring them forward. So what makes me different is I have the capability and the compassion to do the job.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. So due to any number of systemic challenges over forever, there's an incredible amount of homelessness, mental health, substance abuse, and domestic violence that occurs in this community. However, those that suffer from those challenges are as much our neighbors, our friends, and as important to this community as anyone else. So how do you plan to support them and help develop a social service network in here that addresses those needs?
Hi, neighbor. Thank you for bringing up the issue of mental health. So many times our challenges as it faces our mental ability and stability are overlooked and even stigmatized. And so I applaud you for bringing it to the surface and letting everyone know that it's not just about someone out there, but it's us in here. As it relates to mental health, we have a law coming on board January 1st, Safety Act, which says when there's a mental health challenge, that people are able not just to have the response of the police, but to have the response of trained mental health professionals. I would amplify that program to make sure that there actually is treatment and not trauma. When people have mental health challenges, they don't need to be criminalized. They need to be taken care of. I would make sure that we amplify the programs of treatment, not trauma, as it relates to mental health.
Thank you. Joshua, yes.
All right. Number one, I will keep supporting organizations like yours, Sean, that do great services for youth. Two, I will support community. There are community members and organizations that want to come into the neighborhood, like Zella Moore, who wants to find a facility for mental health services, so I would support that as well. And three, I think we should reimagine the CAPS office, and we should have a mental health component within the police officers where they can respond. Not a regular office, but a community police office can respond to domestic disputes or mental illness, people that have a mental health issue. Thank you.
So part of my day one plan is to create a community patrol and response team. This community patrol team will be responsible for everything from loitering to littering, but most importantly, they'll also be responsible for mental health crises. On staff, well, the team will be comprised of volunteers, paid volunteers, and employees. On staff will be mental health experts who will be able to assist our community in 90 seconds or less at any time. I don't know if you've noticed, but in South Shore, we have a huge influx of people with mental health issues, and it's not their fault and it's not a problem, but it's showing that the failure of our mental health system. They are medicating people and then dropping them off en masse in our community with no resources and leaving it to be our problem to solve. But we, as Mr. Gray indicated, we do have organizations in our community like Sister Afia and other ones who work specifically with mental health. And so I look to work with those organizations and provide the resources that the people in our community need.
Before you take the next question, I had a question, a follow-up question, and it really has to do with seniors in our community. Okay, I'm a senior citizen. When I moved here 12 years ago, I could walk my dog, feel safe. I could go to the beach, feel safe. I could just hang out and feel safe. I don't feel that way anymore. I don't walk the dog, gave him to my daughter. I don't go out after 6 o'clock because it's dark. I don't go over to the beach anymore. And that is a major problem I see in South Shore. I mean, you can talk about anything else. What is it that you can do, you think as an alderman, you can do the day you're elected to help people like me feel safe?
That is a great question, and I'm glad you brought that up. Seniors is on my platform. I have a very soft spot in my heart for seniors, and so I've learned that there are a lot of seniors in our community who live alone, and so I want to do regular wellness checks on them to make sure that they're okay. I don't like that you don't feel safe going outside. So like I said, my community patrol and response team is going to make our streets safer. It's not a policing strategy, right? We're not here to police each other. We're here to make each other feel safer, more connected, and responsible for each other and for ourselves. We are a community. We need to act like that. We need to get to know our neighbors again, and that's exactly what I want to do. You would be able to call my office for a patrol person. If you want to go walk your dog, I'll send somebody to walk with you. You want to go to the beach? You can go to the beach. That's a problem, and then we'll resolve that. And over time, it'll start to solve itself. You won't always need an escort to go to the beach. And you won't feel like you have a bodyguard. It'll be a friend, a neighbor that you know in the community walking with you to the beach.
Thank you. Anybody else want to answer that question?
Sure, I'll answer it. First thing is beautification, right? If your neighborhood looks better, you treat it better, right? So we've seen a decline of our area being nice, appealing to the eyes, right? I stopped walking as well. I have a dog, I have kids, we stopped walking as well. Second, I think we need to do something with the random gun shootings, and we have intervention programs like Clarishan that gets money from the government that the aldermen should really be working with hand in hand to make sure that they're intervening in situations where they need to. Third, I think we can always talk to Commander Watkins and get more foot and bike patrol in the area. You feel more safer when you see a police car, police on foot, or a police biking. And then lastly, this is a overall Chicago thing. I think that our homicide clearance rate is ridiculous. I think it's 45%. So somebody commits a shooting, kills somebody, it's like flipping a coin. Maybe they get caught or maybe they won't. You know, we need to do something about that. We need to hire more detectives, whatever needs to be done to make that increase. Thank you.
Ms. Mitchell, I'm sorry that you don't feel safe enough to walk your dog and to go to the beach, and I wish that you were alone in that sentiment. I don't think you're alone. I think there are other folks in this room who have adopted the same practices. I also think this community in South Shore is not alone. There are people all over the city questioning why it is that we're not safe. As your alderperson, I feel I'm obligated. I have to work with the local Chicago Police Authority. I currently sit on the faith-based community for subcommittee with the local CAPS district, and I understand that our police are working very hard to get out in the streets and make sure that they are properly patrolled and not policed. I think it's incumbent upon me as your next alderperson to also work with the local block hubs who already have street patrols established. I think that they can work in a more unified way together. That's not a knock on what's already happening. That's just an acknowledgement that we can do a better job being better neighbors to one another. I think that direct line of communication to the alderperson's office who actually responds to you is the golden nugget, and you can count on that from me, Renita Ward, as your next alderperson. So I think it's a combined effort that one day, not just you, Ms. Mitchell, but all of us can walk outside at any time that we want and feel safe and protected and respected on our city streets, because these are our city streets. They do not belong to the lawless. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question.
For years, the 71st Street TIF was depleted because funds were ported to the 8th Ward when the new South Shore High School was built. The funds have recently been replenished in 2021, but there are other large development projects planned for the South Shore community, not necessarily in the 5th Ward. If elected, will you promise that a percentage of the 71st Street and Stony Island TIF funds are earmarked exclusively for the revitalization of 71st Street? We've talked about 71st Street a lot this morning, and I believe that we all agree, everyone in this room, that South Shore will not improve until we improve our busiest corridor, which is 71st Street.
Yes, I absolutely agree with that. And to answer your question, yes, I would agree to make sure that there is a percentage set aside for South Shore, or for 71st Street specifically. About in 2014 or 2015, I contacted the city. I put a FOIA request in regarding TIF funds for 71st Street. In our budget, they had allocated for 3 years, 2016, 17, and 18, a total of $1.3 million allocated to 71st Street. But there was no information behind that. So I said, well, who is that money for and for what projects? They told me we have no information for that. That was completely unacceptable. As your alderperson, I will get the answers, get the money that we are owed and deserve to build our community that we need to have here. I also agree that in order to become the community that we want to be, we have to build up our local development. But in order to do that, we have to be a safer, cleaner community. I have seen personally stores come and set up shop and close shop in less than 30 days because they were vandalized or robbed or whatever else may happen. So we keep opening shops but not handling the other issues, we're not going to get the development that we need. And so that would be a focus of mine as well. And I just also want to add about like the gunshots and things, you know, they're not necessarily random per se. Like I said, I'm in this community, I know people, they're like targeted. You know, we have got to get a hold of our youth, we have got to get a hold of our emotions, the way we handle conflict resolution. There are deeper issues than just saying we need more police. Oh, it's random gunshots. It's not that. It's not that. It's in the home. It's domestic. It's deeper. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Tanya, the question was, will I?
If elected, will you promise that a percentage of the 71st Street TIF funds are earmarked exclusively for the revitalization of 71st Street and not allow them to be ported into other wards for development projects?
Yes, so the simple answer to that question is yes, but I can go even deeper. I can promise to vote against any project that takes our money, right? Because aldermen have to vote for things like that. I will vote against anything that takes our money, right? And then I can also promise that I will work to close any TIF loopholes so money won't be used to build a bigger Ferris wheel again, right? Those are a couple of things that we need to do as, this is something that we need to do as aldermen on the south and west side, is close that loopholes and use that money for what it's used for.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Trice. That's an easy enough promise to commit to as we reimagine South Shore and reimagine the 71st corridor. I don't mind even going a little bit further and saying that I will listen to you and work with you and for you. What does that mean? Participatory conversation when it comes to our TIF money. Our TIF money should not be made solely as your representative on the city council by your 5th Ward alderperson. That TIF money should be allocated to a certain extent by having this same conversation in a different format again. I don't know that it's responsible to spend the money or divert the money without first hearing from you and working with you. And so my commitment as your next 5th Ward alderperson is to make that a participatory conversation. As a former chair of a foundation of nearly $1 million, I understand the importance of the money that's earmarked from a committee or community coming back to that community. I also understand the importance of dividing that money up fairly. So I have no problems making that assurance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Afternoon again. Thank you for joining us today. So I want to ask a question since we're talking about TIF city resources generally, and especially those resources dedicated to housing and economic development. Most city housing and economic development resources are targeted at lower income households and 80% of the area median income or below, which is about $83,000 a year for a family of 4 and about $58,000 a year for a single person family. Nearly half the homeowners in South Shore earn incomes above this threshold and thus are locked out of any city financial assistance. The same is true for aspiring homeowners that want to purchase homes in South Shore. This policy, in my opinion, tends to exacerbate racial and economic segregation and deny important resources to many residents. How will you work to secure city and federal resources for middle-income residents and working-class families in South Shore?
We want to start. Did you answer last time first?
I may have.
Okay. We'll start with Renita.
So I hear you asking, how do we go from things just being targeted to the lower income to the middle income?
Yeah, there's a middle that generally is ignored and locked out of services and therefore locked out of the ability to continue an upward economic trajectory.
So I want to apply the program that I see happening at the South Shore Compact, because you do have that micro market program that allows for certain granting and gifting to down payer assistance to what I would consider middle income folks. I think those types of programs can be replicated. When it comes to actually securing the funding, I think it's my responsibility as your alderperson to go out there and make sure to find money that is available to us, whether it's through the federal state budget or whether it's through finding private resources that are available to make those programs come to life. I think when we have things that are working profitably, then it is incumbent upon us to actually implement those. I also want to highlight the quality of life plan. I think for this community in particular, I'm impressed with the plans that have come together. I'm impressed with the asset mapping that has already been done. I think you implement and you act upon those things. That would be my response to that.
So the answer is yes, I will fight to help fight for more grants to help middle-class homeowners. I think that we have a unique community. If you go to, I guess this is West and East Berwyn, and then the Highlands, we have a lot of old houses, and a lot of people have been there for a long, long time. And I've been an owner of one of those houses before. Those houses need everything from roofing. We need roofing, more money for roofing programs, and probably extend some of the standards of being a part of that. I know a lot of people we have issues with back taxes at times, right? We need programs to help people with that. And you mentioned first-time home buyers. We need, the alderman should be a satellite for programs like NHS that gives money to first-time home buyers. And so those are just a few things that I would do as alderman to bring awareness and just to bring some more resources to our community to help with that.
First, I want to say I definitely agree with you. The middle class in our country, not just in our community, but in our country, has felt the brunt of so many things. Specifically in our community, though, we need to bring more resources. We need to connect people with more resources. I went to the housing fair this past summer or fall, and I got a lot of resources to bring back into our community, things that I didn't know about, some things that I did know about. One of them is the TIF purchase rehab program for vacant properties, within the community. So say there's a 2 or 3 flat, someone can buy a middle class person can qualify for purchase, rehab, and then say rent out the other 2. So now we have affordable housing in our community and community landlords. So those are the type of programs that I would like to, instill and connect our community with. And then obviously grants, we do have to go find the money, bring it in, and I will fight for you at City Hall to protect your property taxes. Illinois is second in the nation for property tax. That creates problems as well. So there's a lot of work to do on the legislative level, on the ground level, and I'm here for all of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Last but not least.
Okay. So it's 2027, okay? And you're elected as the alderman. So what do you see as, what impact do you see as your leadership would have on policy? And the second piece, program or project implementation that would have impacted South Shore specifically, and also the 5th Ward. So if you can talk about those two, it's 4 years you've been elected. What are the things that you think, you can limit it to your time, that you would have had in terms of policy that you would bring to the city, and also program or implementation around some of the things we talked about today?
Okay, we're going to start off with Joshua.
All righty. Policy-wise, I would hope in 4 years that we have some form of, as I said earlier, reimagining the CAP's office and better community policing. In 4 years, I would hope to have ordinances such as that I would have to bring to City Council. I think such as I think the commanders. I think the aldermen should be a part of the hiring process for our commanders. I think the 3rd District has went through 3 commanders in the last 5-6 years. I think 3. And we've had great commanders, and once they realize that they're great, they take them and they promote them. Right, so I think commanders should be in their districts for no more than 4 years. Right, we should be able to have them 4 years, and so we can have some type of change that is concurrent. Right, I hope to help the corridor, reimagine the corridor, and get more money for the corridor, 71st corridor. That's my time, and Stony Island. So that's the kind of things I would do. Thank you.
Thank you. Dee?
So my 4 years in office, policy-wise, looks like I said, my CPR team, they will get sponsorship from the Chicago Police Department as well as the Fire Department, and protections from CPD. So you cannot harass my CPR team, you can't assault them or anything else. They won't have the same authority as police, but they will have the same protections. That's a policy. Another policy is I'm implementing littering. It's illegal to litter, and there's a fine for it. I'm issuing fines. I don't want to hear disenfranchisement. I walked here from my home, and from between Jeffrey and this school, you would be amazed at the amount of trash that I saw in 2 blocks. I mean, it's disgusting. So that's a policy change that I literally am going to make. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought it was my time. But yeah, so, and then the TIF issue is a big thing, funding into our communities, property taxes. There are a lot of things legislatively that we'll need to tackle and do, and like I said, I will work to do those policies. Thank you.
Renita.
Hey neighbor, when I go to City Hall as your representative, you go. And so a vote for me is a vote for our voice to be in City Hall. We will have imagined and executed that 4 years together. I have a focus on political and community engagement. Fifth Ward is known for being an independent ward with a clear voice. And so our voice will be clear, but it will be a unified voice. No one will feel like they're lost or speaking from the outside. I believe there will be effective interfacing with the Obama Library. When we see those 750,000 to 1 million tourists come into our community, there's going to be an effective trickle-down effect, and it will be felt here in the Fifth Ward. We're going to maximize on the jobs and the resources and the funds that come in from that. It's going to be a safer community because we will have worked effectively with the Chicago Police Department, local block clubs, and security patrols, whether that means looking at that budget and making sure that foot police actually align with the monies that being spent, or whether that means looking at the clearance rate. And so I believe when we come for 4 years now, we'll be closer and tighter together. It will be our voice together. Renita Ward, thank you.
Thank you. Anthony has a follow-up question from the panel.
Yes, just a quick follow-up question for the panelists in whatever order. So we've talked about a lot of policy issues, lofty ideals, economic development, et cetera, but most of a Alderman's time is spent on constituent services. People's potholes, alley lights, garbage cans, street cleaning and stuff like that. I'd like to hear how you would approach constituent services and how you balance that with some of the larger goals with respect to education, economic development, and stuff like that.
Real simply to that, I think automation of response is key. So I believe when you go to the website, there should be a way for you to submit your complaint and actually track it, or your compliment, so that you know what's actually going on. For those who have the technology divide, I believe a more effective intake system when it comes to the telephone lines, call it into the alderperson office. If you call the office, I think it should be logged and your call should be returned. We should be able to track when you called and what you called about, and we shouldn't even be able to say we don't know. We should be able to give you some level of status on your concern. So I think that is system, so that's the technology, and staffing, adequate staffing for the office.
Simply put, the alderman's job is a customer service job. I mean, mainly, majority of the job is the making sure that the constituents are happy, right? So customer service with a smile. But I think the office also can, as Renita said, use a technology upgrade, right? If you can order your food and get and get an Uber from your telephone, why can't you text the office and say, I need this, and all we're doing is really following up, right? We have Zoom. Zoom is the new boom since the pandemic, right? Why can't the alderman's office, why do we have to wait for a meeting to talk to every single constituent, right? Why can't I Zoom every block, right? We have Zoom meetings for every block that, to talk to that block and find out what is particularly wrong and what's going on that block specifically. So I think with technology changes and customer service with a smile, right, and a can-do attitude, right. If I can't do it, then we can find somebody that can or will do it for you. That would be my alderman's office.
You're right. It is an incredible juggling act what the alderman has between. It's a legislative position, but it's also an advocacy position. And so you have to be available to your constituents. You can't do everything yourself, and so it's important to have a team that can help you solve these problems that your residents have. My CPR team, again, I keep bringing that up, but it's key and it's essential to my office and my plan for the ward. So my CPR team will help in a lot of ways with that. If you have complaints or issues, you'll be able to contact them, whether by phone or email, website. My plan is also to have a ward-wide website for residents to be on. If they do have problems with digital access, I'm creating ward-wide Wi-Fi. I know that sounds lofty, but again, I have plans for this and ways to achieve these goals. I'm not just speaking to get your vote. If you can't get online, again, my CPR team will come to you. I've met with many constituents who've had problems that didn't get resolved, whether they need speed bumps, they want to do a block party, they're trying to fix their driveway. So it's important to have a dedicated line or service outlet for people to be able to contact the office and to get the resolution that they need. Thank you.
So I have a question. What I'm not hearing, but Anthony, you spoke on it, is the primary job of an alderman is streets and sand. And I hear a lot of high-level things that really, as an alderman, you should be working with the community organizations because that's who's up here, right? I don't hear the conversation about that. So my question is, how do you envision making the connection with the organizations for the things that you would like to see happen, and being a supportive ally and not necessarily always in front? There are things aldermen should be in front of, but then there are things that these people up here are working their butts off way before you became alderman, or if you become alderman, that would need to be some things under their belt. I would like to hear that, and I would also like to hear, what is your plan for streets and sand? She just said she walked over here and just saw trash everywhere, so there's a problem. Who wants to take it?
Well, you're absolutely right. It does take a group effort, a community effort. I know many of you, or not many of you, but your groups and your organizations, I've tried to make myself known to, more so when I knew I was going to run. I'll admit that, not because I'm not a community activist or someone that works within community. I'm just more of a heads down, do the work type of person. In this role, I've learned a lot more communities, and I believe that we do have to work together to make these things happen. I can't do it alone. I want to take the plans to you all and see how we can make these things happen. I see you all as gatekeepers, essentially. Anything that we want to do, we're going to have to go through you to make happen. I know we have power, but I believe in community, and the power is from the people, and these are the people, and they represent the people, and so we have to work together.
All right. I think one of the differences between me and everybody else is that in South Shore, I have these connections already. I would be at Tuesday's giveaway for that Lawrence Hall does for food in the neighborhood. I will continue doing that. I will be at SSA meetings or have a representative. I will continue doing that. I think that the alderman should either be on South Shore Works meetings or have a representative there as well, because that's all the organizations at one point in time meeting on a monthly basis. I will work with groups like Claretian that does the violence intervention, that have the grant for violence intervention in our neighborhood. I think they just bought Parkway Gardens, Parkway, not Parkway Gardens, Parkway. And for the trash, I hate to see that too. I mean, we have a ward super that I have to hire, so I will make sure that we have a ward super that does their job and does it very effectively. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Free. I'll make it brief. I'm a daughter of the military, and so I believe in being organized. I believe in being communicative. I believe in knowing who your neighbor is and knowing what it is that we're going to do next. For those of you who've seen me at other forums, one of the things I say often is, I'm going to be an alder person who listens to you, works with you, and responds to you. And so the first thing I would do is continue this very conversation. As has been stated, you've already done the work. You already have the voice of the community. You already know what it is that the people need. And so as your alderperson, I would be in tight communication with you to make sure that we are lockstep as we move forward to secure the resources that we need. I don't believe that it's possible to do the job without the South Shore Compact. I don't believe it's possible to be effective without your partnership. I think with our partnership, it's my job to make sure that there's budgeting available to get the things that we've already planned to get done. As it relates to streets and sand, there'll be a direct line of communication from my office to that office so that we know exactly what is going on and how our complaints and or requests are being responded to. Thank you.
Thank you. So we need to turn this over to the community. We might have to cut it short because it's really getting close to the next group.
Excuse me, Val. Can I just ask one quick follow-up question? I think it's kind of important. Thank you very much, and I'll be quick. Joshua, I would like to start with you on this question. A couple of times you have mentioned Claretian and Associates, and I know recently they received a contract from the city of Chicago to do public safety to the tune of about $500,000. They are not a South Shore-based organization. And me personally, I have not seen the progress on this contract, and I don't understand who's holding Claretian and Associates accountable when we have organizations like Lawrence Hall and Lost Boys in the community that do public safety work, South Shore Works. So if you're elected, how do you hold an outside organization accountable for providing services in the South Shore community?
Sure. You have to meet with them. You can't be closed to, if they got the money and they got the grant, they have it, right? And as an alder person, I have to be aware of that, and I have to make my time because it's such an important grant. It's such an important thing that they have doing right now in terms of the intervention. We need that, right? We need to see people on the streets. I haven't seen that, right? But that's a lot to do with the alderman's cooperation, right? And so you can't have personal feelings in public work, right? And so you have to work with people that you agree with, disagree with, and so forth. And so that is the ability that I have, and I've shown many, many times. And so that is this question.
I heard you say that the community, the organization that received the $500,000 is not actually based in South Shore, and so I imagine there has to be a internal outcry, if not an external, of how unacceptable that really is on a certain level. I think preventing that type of thing from happening in the future is key. But I do agree you have to work with, I think you have to check into to see what is actually happening with the funds. I think it's incumbent upon the alderperson to also be willing to check someone or an organization to ensure that your community, our community, is not bulldozed, overlooked, or left out. It's my job to be your voice, whether that's a faith-based voice in the church, corporate voice in the business and private sector, whether that is a lawyerly voice in the courtroom. I do believe you have to do it on a personal way, but you don't have to take things personal. So capability and compassion in dealing directly with organizations that have been awarded funds that are due to and supposed to impact our community would be my job.
Thank you. Did everyone get a chance to answer?
I'll be really quick. So just to answer briefly, as someone with an auditing background, I'm a firm believer in auditing. I have no problem asking the tough questions. I want to see the documents. I want to know where the money is and where it's going. We will develop a plan for our community, submit it to them, what we need for our resources, and give them a timeline when to provide it. If they can't, we follow up again. Like I said, I have no problem asking tough questions, knocking on the door. I will be there. I have no problem making my presence known and getting what needs to be done.
Okay, thank you. So now we're going to turn to the community for questions, and this is questions. It's not an opportunity to give a speech. We really want to hear a question, and we want to take the time to let the candidates answer them, okay? Might not get it back.
Oh, sure. Good afternoon. My name is Mark Anderson. Thank you for being here. So during the discussions pertaining to public safety, I've heard mention of community policing, CAPS, community organizations, but no mention of the district councils. So my question is, what do you know about the Empowering Communities for Public Safety Ordinance and the district councils it created. Are you aware of which police districts overlap with the Fifth Ward and who's running in for those positions? And how do you plan to partner with those district council members to be a part of this historic reimagining of public safety that we're about to embark on?
All right, that's a big chunk. Want to start with D?
Yeah, I don't mind answering first. So to answer your question, I have reached out to, well, first I'll say, that position is new, and so we all are still learning a lot about it. I won't go into my history and my feelings about, police, so I think it's a great thing that it has been done. I reached out to someone in our ward who was running. He's kind of teamed up with another candidate, so I left that as it was. I have looked at the districting. I know where, our wards are. We do have an overlap, like in Ward 4, with our district kind of laps into different wards. We're not, District 3 is pretty large. There's this communication, a lot of work. I have to admit, I have to be better with that. Like I said, it's a new position, and so I'm still learning it, and I'm all open for any communication and what needs to be done to build that alliance.
Thank you. Joshua?
All right, well, thank you, Mark, for your question. I am aware who's running. Like said earlier, they have aligned themselves with a candidate. I've still been open to meet with them, and I am aware what district that aligns our wards. Right? I think Hyde Park has a different one than we do in South Shore.
Thanks for the question, Ms. Mitchell. Thank you for the question. The position is new, and so I think we will learn how to work together. One thing I do like about the position is that it is a result of the voice of the community. So it's very evident what can happen when the community is unified, does work together, and does make their presence known. Like the South Shore community itself, the districts do overlap. So it will be incumbent upon me as your Fifth Ward alderperson to actually be in effective communication with whomever is elected and whoever is in that office, and to have coordinated responses where it makes sense. That's the same thing that I would do with the other wards, ward alderpersons that make up this area. So South Shore is a very diverse community, and your alderperson must and has to be engaged, informed, and in lockstep with those individuals who are responsible for responding, including the new district councilman coming on board.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ann Holcomb. I'm an 11-year resident of South Shore, and I'm also the co-chair of Ethos, which is a local environmental justice group. And I have a question, just a little brief background. Leslie Hairston was a big proponent of the Tiger Woods PGA golf course plan. Ethos, however, has a lot of fears, including regentrification on steroids, environmental impacts such as clear-cutting 2,000 trees affecting our air quality, and all kinds of stuff, saving the South Shore Nature Sanctuary, and the list goes on and on, okay? So my question is, are you a supporter of the Tiger Woods golf course plan? And if not, how would you stop it?
Okay, who wants to tackle that one?
Well, you have to love someone who loves the trees, so thank you for the question. I think it has to be thoughtful, balanced when it comes to the golf course, similar to when it comes to the Obama Foundation. We are talking and have spent a lot of time talking about economic development and how it is that we wrap our arms around what resources are available, and then making sure that the folks in this community actually get their fair share. So I would say thoughtfully working with the golf course to make sure that the environment is protected, but that we also can maximize on the economic benefit that is due to and coming to our community with resources like the golf course.
All right. Hi, Ann. Seeing you around. It's the community's choice, not mine, right? I would just be more so a proponent of them doing a better job than the Obama Center did to talking to our people, right? And planning, right? We need to be involved in the planning, the whole process, right? And we don't need to be made to feel like we're being told what's going to happen to our community, right? So it's your choice, right? And so if the committee wants it, let's have it. If they don't, let's not.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. It is up to the community as a whole as to whether they want it or not. But to answer your question as to like how I feel about it as a vegan, as an environmentalist, as a tree hugger, I won't say, and as a business person and an athlete, I'm like literally in the middle, right? Because I see the economic benefits to it, but I also know that our planet is in crisis right now, and the plans that I've seen don't help that in any way. If we're talking about economic, there are concessions that we can make. They can pay us for carbon credits and do other things, that money that can come right into our ward that can be used for environmental, protections or enhancements. But I don't like the plans as they are now in terms of our environment.
Okay, thank you.
Hi. If elected alderperson, will you ensure that every senior in the 5th Ward get the benefits and resources that they need to, well, help them? Because seniors are having problems with Alzheimer's and a lot of other stuff. So it would be nice if they could get the benefits and the resources, for the programs.
Right. So, in other words, as a senior, how do we get the help we need? That's basically what it boils down to. How would you give us the help that we would need?
Me? So I can go one step further. I would hire a senior liaison in my office to make sure that that even happens, right? You would know this person, the person be around just as much as I would. You would know their number, you would know their contact information, their cell phone. If you need something, that person be there for you. That's what I can promise you.
Well, and as I mentioned, earlier, seniors is on my platform. I do have a very soft spot in my heart for seniors. Regular wellness checks to our seniors is a huge priority for me. I have met too many who live alone, who need things, who need resources, and it makes me uncomfortable that they're not getting the resources that they need, and that they are alone, left to deal with life, essentially, on fixed incomes, as we see the cost of living rising around us, and so many other problems. So, like I said, my CPR team and in my office will have dedicated people specifically for our seniors, and like I said, you are a priority for me, and so whatever you need, we will make sure you get.
All right, thank you. This is our final question.
I'll just answer that real quick,
Oh, I'm
Ms.
sorry.
Mitchell. No worries. Thank you, Ms. Glover, for that question. I think the first thing that we have to do, because buried in your question was dementia and some health challenges that our seniors have, and yet we have the University of Chicago, South Shore Hospital, Jackson Park, a little further bit down. It is important for us to actually be in partnership with healthcare facilities, including immediate care and other nursing home facilities, to know which type of resources that they have available so that our seniors are actively plugged into that. When you call my office as the alderperson, you will be assured to have a list of resources provided to you as to what is available either through the local medical facilities or through the city or through faith-based or civic organizations. Your alderperson should be able to care for you because they have looked at all the resources, been able to catalog those resources, and connect you to those resources. Sometimes we don't have to rebuild things. We just need to understand what's out there, repackage them, and make sure that we're taking advantage of them. Thank you for the question.
First of all, thank everyone for coming out and participating in this. Operational question. You only have $122,000 annually appropriated for the operation of your office, and I hear about all of this outreach. Share with the audience how you plan on expanding your staff to do all of these very wonderful and exceptional projects. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I, for one, plan to hire within the community. I plan to hire people who not only want the job, but then have the relationships with different community organizations to make the things that we need done happen. Thanks.
So a couple things can be done, right? I think a prototypical alderman's office, I think, is with maybe 3 or 4 staff, right? I think you can make that budget, stretch that budget out by having a few part-time staff, making a few full-time positions part-time. You can give them different things. You also can hire consultants, right? So that's how I would stretch my budget. I would hire consultants to do a lot of good work, good consultants to do a lot of good work, and then stretch it out by having a few full-time positions, a few part-time positions, and have a mixture of them. So we have a good good amount of bodies in the office to do the work that you call for me to do. Thank you.
I hear you saying, how are you going to make a lot happen with a little? And it's a great question. I think I can summarize it very quickly. Staffing appropriately, that means taking advantage of those who are willing to do apprenticeship or to do internship or to come in and volunteer. So that's number one. And then making sure that the right people are actually in the jobs that they are supposed to be doing. And then finally, you've heard me say it a lot, I probably sound like a broken record, but I certainly believe in partnership. And I don't want to leave out technology. It can appear that you're running a multi-million-dollar operation just by having efficient technology. So that will be a primary investment, government efficiency, when I serve as your next alderperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, that's it for the panel? Let us at least give them applause for showing up, being here. Thank you for your cooperation. And thank you, audience.
Thank you.
For your cooperation.
We've been thinking about putting this piece together. We had a lot of participation from a lot of candidates. So the South Shore Compact, real quickly, are 3 organizations: South Shore Works, which I am the chair of, the South Shore Chamber of Commerce, Tanya, you want to wait? And also the Neighborhood Network Alliance, which Val Free is the executive director. So we have all come together to make sure that as we speak as one voice, nothing for us, without us, has been our mantra, so that we represent both organizations, residents, and businesses in the community. So that's why we put this together in this particular way. So we want to welcome you all and thank everyone who's stuck around. And then we are also still streaming online. So if you have an audience, that we have been streaming the entire time. So that's a little bit about us, and we can get going.
Let's go. Turning it over to Mary Mitchell.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody here that hung in with us. We really, really do appreciate it. This is so important. So we're going to first start off with introduction. You guys get 1 minute each to do your elevator, what we call an elevator speech, but you know what I mean, to say a little bit about yourself. Yes? No, well, 3 minutes, but here's the trick in it. It's 3 minutes, 1 per person. So it's 3 minutes total, 1 each person.
You know, we thought it was 3 minutes, and I done changed my elevator speech to 3 minutes, so I'll be fast.
I'm sorry, I was told that it was 1 minute, 3 minutes altogether. So we're going to start with your giving your speeches, your talks. And then over here, the panel, we will go back the same way we did before, which is we'll start at the far right with the questions. Marlene Fisher, Christopher Levy, and Robert Palmer. Thank you so much for being with us today. And we're going to start off with Marlene Fisher.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marlene Fisher, and I want to be your alderwoman. My professional background, I have a business computer systems degree from Bradley University. I currently work at University of Chicago as a senior security administrator. I have 25 years of professional work experience leading diverse stakeholders. My platform includes affordable housing, public safety, and economic investment. I have lived in the ward for 25 years. I rented at 6730 South Shore Drive. The building went condo. I rented at 73rd and Oglesby. I lived there for 7 years. They sold the building. My rent went up $300. I bought a home in Greater Grand Crossing as a result of an affordable housing program. I am a direct beneficiary of affordable housing. I'm running because I've seen the changes and the opportunities in the ward. Public safety is a top priority of the ward. Working together with the community and all of these organizations, we can solve the issues. Without a safe community, we cannot attract businesses, we cannot attract renters or homeowners. I will work with the Chamber of Commerce, local business leaders, and support new strategies for economic development and commerce. We have to employ different strategies, and in South Shore you guys have, and I'm excited about the opportunities. I lived here my young adult life, and I had a very good experience. Public safety will be addressed as I move on, but I want to make sure we get this minute in. My platform is affordable housing, public safety, and economic investment. Those are all issues that all of us are directly affected with. My name is Marlene Fisher. My website is Fisher for Fifth Ward, and I want to be your alderwoman. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lee, is it Levy?
Levy, correct.
All right, your turn.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for coming out. I know it's been a long day, but fortunately, this group is better than those other groups. So you guys are in for a special treat because we will be up here preaching about this community. And after forums in Hyde Park, after forums over in the Pocket, I am happy to be in my home area of South Shore. I am from the south side of Chicago. I've lived in South Shore for the past 15 years. Went to St. Felicitas Elementary, Mendel Catholic High School, got my degree in industrial engineering from the University of Illinois in 1994. I am currently a sales director for a wine and spirits distributor. I'm a non-career politician. Chicago has enough of those, and it has gotten us nowhere. So all those folks going around there touting their political experiences, just remember that when you cast your ballot. But who am I? I am a father. I'm married to a beautiful woman. I have 3 beautiful daughters. And you'll hear that the platform that I have is slightly different than some of those. It does include public safety, economic development, community services, and especially youth services.
Right on the money.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris Levy, 5th Ward Alderman.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Palmer?
Hello? All right. I don't like to start off with criticism, but I think that maybe all of the candidates could have benefited from the audience and the streaming at once, especially if they were going to run late. But I got that out of the way. Let me explain who I am. My name is Robert Palmer. I am a special ed diverse learners teacher for CPS. I'm a member of the Chicago Teachers Union. I am a real estate broker. I feel that the entire community should have a say-so in a CBA and also any planning for redevelopment planning area. And I think that, and I've said this before, the Obama Foundation should not have even stalled as far as signing a CBA. And
She drives a hard bargain, okay? Let's go to our panel, and I forgot to introduce you guys going in, so please, before you ask your question, introduce yourselves. But because you guys have been so patient, I'm going to give you your first softball question, and here it is. What do you like about living in South Shore? Or if you live in South Shore, what do you like about South Shore? What do you like most? And one thing
with me, I'm a lakefront person, so I love the lake. I used to live at 7,000 South Shore. That's my children's first home. I love the lake.
Okay, Mr. Levy, thing you like most?
Sure. Obviously, I like the beauty, similar to you. I think it's one of the most scenic places in the state. Our structures at the beach rival those and are better than those in anywhere on the North Shore of Chicago. I like that we have a lot of young people with a lot of energy, thirsty to do some things that I'm ready to show them.
Okay.
And lastly, I like being around a community of folks who look like me. There aren't a lot of areas that you can go and have a lot of people that look like you. Well, I like to tell folks, even my brothers and sisters from other races, that while I love being around them, I like being around black folks. And I like other black folks to know that. Thank you.
All right, and Marlene.
When I first moved to Chicago, I moved to South Shore. I was like, oh my God, I don't have a car. All these black people, we're at the beach, we're at the lake, we're at the South Shore Cultural Center, Real Men Cook. I used to walk to Dominic's. I worked downtown, I took the metro to work. I loved everything about it. My brother moved over here as a result of me liking it so much. I don't think we can underestimate living around us and supporting us as black people. And I'm very glad to say, when I first moved here, I lived in South Shore for 11 years before I bought my home in Greater Grand Crossing.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And with that, we will turn it over to the panel.
You want me to go?
Yes.
Oh, okay, all right. Hi.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm Diane Hodges. I am a safety strategist, and I am team leader of the South Merrill Community Garden and Paradise on Merrill Block Club. And so I too, like Mary Mitchell, we're seniors, and it's disheartening for us to feel we're held hostage in our own community. So we invested over here because we wanted to go to the lake. We loved shopping on our business quarter, and over the years, we have seen things deteriorate. 5,000 people were dropped in our community, and they came with no resources, and where those participants were, they had some type of security, and now we're down 100 police officers, and we're having serious issues in our community. And so we want to know, what's the plan to try to at least allow us to be able to coexist with a subculture that they're very adamant about staying who they are?
Thank you. We're going to take turns being first, so we're going to start off with you, Marlene. You're first.
Okay, so, you know, we all want to feel safe in our community, and seniors add so much to the community with the life experiences. And I think we need a model that's similar to what's in Hyde Park, where we have a security presence where you see them. They're even sitting in cars on blocks where we don't even notice them. And we have to hold the community accountable. There's a lot of people who know who's doing crime. There's a lot of people who are more brazen in their attacks of seniors. While canvassing, someone told me that their grandmother was attacked. And what can I do? And this happened in Hyde Park, and I said, we can increase the security zone. Over here, we could have that same type of model, and I think it was in place before, and I don't know what happened. And then we should have more opportunities for the seniors to get out and to say, like, hey, let's have ward activities for the seniors. I'm an outdoors person. I like being outside. It's very hard for me to stay indoors. And we don't want to limit our seniors because of fear. And I think it starts with the community first. We can say all the police we want. We need to hold our neighbors' children, those 5,000 people put here. I think it needs to be something with the housing voucher program that's tied to criminal history. And I don't want to try to blame people, but I think when people come in new neighborhoods, they look for vulnerabilities. And so with that security presence, I think would help.
Thank you.
Sure. Great question, by the way. I take seniors very serious. My mom, my family owns a business in Hyde Park. When she goes home, if she needs gas, she stops at my house because she's afraid of being carjacked. Same with my wife. If she needs to grocery shop, Sometimes she won't go to local markets. She will go somewhere else where she feels safe. That is a shame. I have gone to, whether it's Good Shepherd on Stony Island, whether it's Senior Suites on 67th and Oglesby, or 6900 South Crandon. I seek the seniors' input first because usually with age comes wisdom, and they've been here the longest. So I've been to those places, they've heard me, they've embraced me. Now, I will address your answer with police. I will ask everyone, and I tell everyone I'm running, is Naperville safer because they have more police? The answer is no. They have jobs and they have money and they have no need to do some of the things that we see in our community. What we are missing are resources to alleviate or quell the need for someone to want to carjack or steal or rob. Our men and women, when they come home out of prison, they have no jobs. They paid their debt to society, yet they're still punished when they get home. So I have a plan for that, and again, we can enact some laws, which is why I'm here. Personally, and first time you've heard it today, I want to eliminate loitering outside of places where anyone does commerce. Chris Levy, 5th Ward Alderman.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Palmer.
Okay. Disinvestment and blight have an effect in a lot of different areas. And I think it even dips over into the safety of senior citizens and citizens at large. What I've always been a proponent of with youth is mentorship. Mentorship programs and economic opportunity to give them a chance to not want to carjack or wreak havoc on your own community. And it was a question I used to ask. Why are the youngsters of Beverly Hills, California, not carjacking? Because they have opportunity.
You need to wrap up.
Okay, and even with voting for seniors, I want to come up with an encrypted system that they wouldn't even have to leave their homes and able to vote.
Okay, thank you. Next question. Lost Boys.
Good afternoon. Levante Stewart, Executive Director of Lost Boys, Inc., a sports-based youth development agency for youth. Also co-chair with my colleague here of Public Safety Committee with South Shore Works. I have a question for you. Since you address violence, I'll go business. Most business owners in South Shore don't look like the residents, or they don't live here. How would you support the South Shore Chamber of Commerce and South Shore Works to put more working capital in the hands of resident entrepreneurs? Again, I'd like to hear how you would make sure, given all of the types of barriers that exist, one, let's start with credit. We know the running jokes with black folks and credit. How do you get capital in the hands of folks that's from this neighborhood to get it back like how it was when I was a kid? People that lived here own the businesses. How do we do that?
I want to start with Mr. Palmer.
Okay, how I would do it, there is a lot of TIF money, and not only try to divide that up, but try to lure or bring businesses to the community that has the community's interest at heart. Because a lot of businesses, a lot of people, they take the money out of the community, don't reinvest in the community, and that's where helping the South Shore Chamber of Commerce, everyone has to have a voice in this. It can't be a dictatorship. It has to be all hands on deck, or everybody coming together and voice their opinions.
Okay. Thank you.
Great question. I'm a huge believer in black-owned businesses, especially in black places. It's one of the things plaguing our communities right now. We are locked out of a lot of corporate places, corporate positions, corporate careers. Right now, if young Chris Levy were to go interview at one of these .com or Facebook or LinkedIn, 5 people with that particular company would have to agree on one candidate. Now, how often are we the candidate that they particularly choose? So I'm a huge advocate of that. Again, I'm not a career politician, so while I would also seek any government funds, TIF money that I could use, I'm a big believer in using private money. We have a lot of African Americans with wealth who are more than willing to invest for the right idea. I do not believe in waiting on government to hand out anything to African Americans. I would definitely have an emphasis and a preference for black businesses, and I make no bones about it. Those in existence would probably get first preferential treatment, and then those businesses with great ideas. Again, with community involvement and support, that is paramount. It's the only way to rid our communities, as we mentioned, crime, as by economic equality. Chris Levy, 5th Ward Alderman. Thank you. Great question.
Thank you. And Ms. Fisher.
I think we need a small business incubator in South Shore that helps with the business plan. We need forgivable loans to help people start their businesses. We need mentorship programs. And we need to work with these South Shore organizations. I have watched the organizations try many different strategies to bring businesses to the ward, to make the ward aware of things that are going on in South Shore. And I think that the community just is not prepared. When I go on South Shore, I remember it was a laundromat. I said, I want a laundromat right there. There's a lot of people coming into our community and they see opportunity and we do not. I live in Grand Crossing. I bought the lots in Grand Crossing because I see opportunity. We have to mentor, we have to prepare, and we have to have a small business incubator that's funded and with some people who know what they're doing, and not just saying we have the incubator with no results and forgivable loans. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sean McGinnis from Lawrence Hall. We're a human service organization here in the community. So I'm also a resident, and the last time I had a medical emergency, I went to University of Chicago, and it took me about a half hour to even be acknowledged, and then I was told it was going to be about 3 hours before I was seen. So then I went up to Rush. There's 2 hospitals in my neighborhood that I didn't feel that I could go to, and I don't think that's a unique experience for many people that live in this neighborhood. They go outside of the neighborhood to seek medical care, even though there are 2 hospitals right here. How would you work to improve the quality of care in those hospitals?
All right, let's start in the middle.
Sure.
Christopher.
Thank you. Great question. Not only, and I was going to save this for later, but not only would I seek additional funding, again, not just government funding, but private funding. Healthcare, whether it be physical health care or mental health care, is at a crisis in our community. So whether it's me or someone else, should be the first thing that they attack when it comes to their community. I would invest in those current hospitals that you named. Well, you didn't name them, but we know where they are, that we don't ever want to go to. And I would invest in those. And companies have been turned around, hospitals can be turned around too. But it has to be a priority of the community, and it has to be a priority of any elected official who represents that ward. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Fisher.
I was hit by a car in Hyde Park and I broke my tailbone. The trauma center at University of Chicago was full. I went to Northwestern. I would have preferred Northwestern. In our neighborhoods, we get a bad rep for care. Is it the care is terrible or is it the reputation? We are good people, we have money, and we get paid for services. I think there's an opportunity to get to the bottom of it. Are these doctors terrible? Or was it you just not wanting to go? I lived in South Shore and I needed to get a physical. I'm upper middle class. I went to one of those medical things on 71st Street. I got a physical. They were good doctors. So is this you or is this the service? So we have to use the community. I shop at Jewel. I shop at the local market and I shop at Costco. Okay, that's it. I spend money in my neighborhood, and I go to doctors in my neighborhood.
We need to wrap
So that,
up.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think everyone had a chance to answer.
Yeah, I think I know the hospitals you leaning or talking about as well. We gotta go. I mean, it's nothing that we can probably do overnight because it's been so systematic, but we can start at square one. We just got to come together, see what the problems are, and try to dissect it and do something about it. I remember the people of Inglewood did not like the services of St. Bernard Hospital, and it was actually ranked one of the worst hospitals in the city. And even though the University of Chicago, actually by word of mouth, has a decent reputation, is room for improvement with that as well.
Thank you very much. Next question.
Hi, good afternoon, candidates. I'm Tanya Trice, Executive Director of the South Shore Chamber of Commerce. We're also a delegate agency for the City of Chicago. We have 3 contracts with the city through Department of Planning and Development, Business Affairs and Consumer Protection, and also the Department of Procurement Services. In 2021, the Chamber participated in a corridor study in South Shore, specifically for 75th Street and for 79th Street. And that study determined that over $200 million annually leaves the South Shore community from leakage because we don't have the services and amenities that the residents in the community desire. And I know for a fact that it's higher because, as I mentioned, the study did not include 71st Street. It did not include Exchange. One of the audience members, Mr. Lauren Taylor, suggested that retail has died, and it will be very difficult to fill some of the vacancies along our commercial corridors. How do you vision repurposing some of the storefronts to decrease the blight along our commercial corridors?
And who answered first last time? I'm losing track.
It might be me.
I think it's you. Okay.
Okay, so the businesses that were on 71st Street, I remember when the post office was there and it got robbed, bulletproof windows. I remember That's a Burger was there. I remember the areas have to feel safe. We got to have a more of a safe presence to get people to come. The type of businesses that we frequent also, we need to look at that as well. Like, what is gonna take for me to get in my car and come over to 71st Street? I think when we study what people buy and we study why they buy, and then we could put pressure on corporations and business to like take a risk on us. This is a community that has money, that has resources. And so I do not think retail has died. I think the way we shop has changed. And I think that the various chambers of commerce, we've tried everything, and we just need to call people to the carpet. Like, okay, how come you have a Chipotle in Hyde Park, but you don't have one here? Just tell us. We have money to spend, and those are the types of things that I would like to partner with the Chamber of Commerce, because maybe I might have asked a question or I might have an idea that you might have not thought of. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Levy.
Sure. Well, I echo those sentiments, Ms. Trice. I think it's probably even more. As a sales director of wine and spirits, I can tell you that each and every account I see, it's probably way more that leaves any establishment that sells wine and spirits that come in. So I look at South Shore, and this is Chris Levy's vision, as an area rich with arts, rich with culture, and I think we need to build around that as well. When you think about whether it's the Stony Island Arts Bank or whether it is South Shore Cultural Center, it is an area that needs to be restored and revived in a huge way. And we have a lot of people in this area who are great with arts, great culture, great with restaurants such as yours, and I would build around that. It could easily, I mean, how easy is it to lure a renowned chef into a particular area, incentivize them, with some subsidies, and all of a sudden we have a trade school for young people cooking, and we have a restaurant corridor with a lot of restaurants. And you do the same thing for arts and culture and adult nightlife. Right now, the biggest thing that professional blacks are spending their money on is Chug-a-Lug in Homewood, owned by some people from the middle, well, Indian, but it is what it is. So we need to invest in our own, and we need to build it big through, again, private money as well as government funding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Palmer.
Okay, when you have blight and disenfranchisement, you've got to start at square one. I'll be frank. I think that our ward, in certain sections of our ward, were not tended to like they should have been. 71st Street should be booming like 53rd Street is booming. I remember back in the day where I could go to the Jeffrey Theater, I might stop at South Shore Bank, I might go to Dominic's or even Food Exchange. But we have to recognize that we all have to work together and get a think tank put together, because the area and the TIF was expanded, but we need to do something positive with that funds, and everybody has to have a voice in that. I don't want to be a dictatorship in that.
All right, thank you. Next question.
Afternoon. My name is Anthony Simpkins, and I'm president and CEO of Neighborhood Housing Services of Chicago. It's a home ownership-focused nonprofit organization. So I want to talk about resources, particularly resources for housing, as they could affect the ward. In 2021, the city's Department of Housing committed $290.5 million in resources to create and preserve about 2,200 units of rental housing. In the same year, the Department of Housing committed only 13% of that amount, or about $37.8 million, for homeownership units, both new and existing homeownership units. Homeownership is the principal vehicle to build family community wealth in the U.S. Today, home equity represents about $21 trillion in household wealth in the U.S., and 70% of the average family's net worth is tied to their home. Yet only 30% of black households in Chicago own their home, and about 40% of Latinos, as opposed to 54% of white households. And in South Shore, the homeownership rate is even lower. It's about 23.7%, much lower than the city average. As a result of this, the average net worth of a black family is about $17,000 compared to the average net worth of a white family, which is $171,000 national average. As an alderman, what will you do to ensure more city resources to develop and preserve homeownership options in South Shore and other neighborhoods of color in Chicago?
Mr. Levy.
Sure. Couple things, and that is probably one of the biggest issues that we have, not only in South Shore, but across Black America as well. One of the things that I believe in, and I'm sure one of the other candidates who shall remain nameless talked about reparations earlier, I would like to remove the restrictions to home ownership, to access to money. While I'm in office, even though it's a local position, I will fight for black-owned banks. I think we need at least 3 nationally owned black banks on a national level, because we know that we've been denied favorable lending practices. So that is huge right now, is access to capital. I think it should be based on income versus all these other collateral and credit that they put out there with folks as a barrier for ownership. That is the main thing. Also, I think there needs to be, with entities that are being built right now, I think there needs to be rent protections in South Shore, areas in crisis. I think there needs to be tax freezes, tax protection in certain areas as well. Again, I think there needs to be a change in lending, and a huge change. It's not going to be any sort of temporary gift, but we have to attack the lending practices as well as the employment from both ends to increase ownership with folks who live in areas similar to South Shore.
I got an FHA loan and I use neighborhood housing services. They educated me on home buying. I think we sometimes have a lot of excuses in the community where we don't know about a program. I'm like hands-on. You gotta knock on everybody's door who has a home, tell them about the program and the services they provide. Just like they send us a letter to say what day is recycling, we have to tell people. While I was canvassing, a lady asked me to help her because they're trying to steal her home. We need to help with the applications. We need to help with the people and their issues. That is knowing about the program and actually applying for the program. Everything's online. As you know, homeowners are in advanced stage. We need to help them. And we need to really look at the data on why somebody doesn't want to be a homeowner. Not everybody wants to own. But in this particular environment, if we say there's a crisis, we have to be hands-on to help with the crisis. And most importantly, if we're helping someone, we need to also educate them. Because at some point, I'm gonna need a new roof. What if I'm 60 years old and I cannot afford it? What if there's no program for me? Should I just put aside $100 for that issue to come up, or should I just wait on the government to help me? We have to be smart about our budgets, our money, our homes. I am a believer in starting that generational wealth with the home.
Thank you, and I think we go to Mr. Palmer.
Yes, first I'll say also, Chris, I believe in reparations as well. But as a real estate broker, I'm not practicing right now, but I am a managing real estate broker. I believe that there should be a path to home ownership. And South Shore, and I'll go one further, South Shore has one of the, if not the highest eviction rates in the city. So we need an alderman that's gonna go to the mat for us. And once we get the programs, which I will get and get everything from the city, we have to connect to people to the programs. You can have a program, but if you're connecting people in Hyde Park or other places and you're not doing it in Grand Crossing or South Shore, then that's not equity. So once we get to programs, which I will do, I will connect the people to that and have a pathway, education, classes, programs, what it is to be a homeowner, but we got to connect the people to the resources. The resources are there. I won't be derelict in my duties in bringing the resources to the ward and give them to my citizens.
All right, thank you. And last but not least.
All right. Recently, South Shore, the compact, completed a South Shore Quality of Life Plan, which was a several month, almost year-long process. So it's 2027, and you are the alderman. What impact do you see that your leadership would have had on a policy that you would have brought to the table for the ward? And then what kind of project implementation or program would you like to see by 2027? What would we have seen from your 4 years in office in those two regards?
Well, with myself, you will see a revitalization of not only South Shore, but Grand Crossing and parts of Woodlawn as well. Because if you're gonna be the alderman of the ward, you need to be the alderman of the ward. And not just go where you think there's votes, spend discretionary money where you think
you're going to get votes. You got to take care of the people that need it the most. And as I've been saying in some of the forums, there's a sleeping giant awakening in the Fifth Ward. A lot of the people are tired of being misused, taken for granted, and just plain out neglected. So a revitalization, mentorship programs, business revitalizations, and even with housing, we can restructure some of the zoning, some of the aged buildings and vacant lots. There can be, with that land, that can be used to bring upon more homes, more affordable homes for our citizens. So those would be some of my top priorities. And we have to have safety, though.
Thank you. Mr. Levy?
Sure. I like this question. So first thing you'll notice, we'll have a little league in South Shore and a girls softball league in South Shore. And we'll have a bunch of programs for young people that we don't have. And we all know that outcomes say the children who are involved in these programs typically do better. So if we want to look up 10, 15 years from now, we should be investing in those young people. Also, we'll double in 4 years, I hope to double the amount of black businesses owned. I would like to see 50% more people employed. And I would like to see the incomes rise by at least 25%. Adults who are raising families should not be working at fast food establishments. I'd like to think we'd have a more beautiful ward. And I'd like to think that the South Shore Festival will rival the Taste of Chicago. I think it'll be a place that residents will be proud to live in, and we will get rid of loitering in places where people do commerce in order so that our own residents will feel free to shop and safe in their own community.
Thank you. And Ms. Fisher?
What would be my impact on policy? I think with Obama, his signature initiative was the ACA. And my initiative would really be a small business incubator that has results. You apply to the program, 6 months you graduate. What you learn in the program, you apply it. We have the structural and the financial support to say, hey, I came from the South Shore Business Incubator. This is my new business. We support the business. I think that is one of the social policy things that I would like to see. And I played sports as a kid. I think more hands-on involvement with youth, because one of the big social policy issues is unattended youth. Parents know where they are, but they don't know what they're doing. So I'm a big proponent of sports. I'm a big proponent of outdoor programs. South Shore had a lot of community events this past summer. Keep those going. Make people want to go out and have some pride in South Shore. Remember, 71st Street was the magnificent mile of the East Side. So we need to get it back there.
Okay. All right, thank you. I want to, before I turn it over to go to the community, I want to know if there's any follow-up questions?
So we'll ask just a really quick follow-up question. So we both work in youth and family service organizations. And one of the challenges we always have that I think was echoed here is people ask us all the time, what do we do, what do we do? And we do a ton. Lawrence Hall serves almost 500 children and families in South Shore, and you don't know about us. And we get city money. And then to hear a comment of saying, I'm gonna build these sports-based youth programs, how are you gonna work with the social services that are here? And we get city money, a lot of city money, and we do the work. How are you gonna work with us?
We don't get a lot of city money, but we'll take some, but yeah. And we plan on seeing y'all at the events this summer.
Okay.
When it comes to sports, I would hope, because as someone who's played Little League from 5 to 17, you need a lot of bodies. And I would hope, since you all are doing that work, that you're paid whatever you're getting. I hope you get more for it. But I'm a big believer in using corporate money as well. In this country, there are no Asians in the race for mayor, yet they have the highest income and education in the country because they take care of their own communities. Right now, we can't go there and open up. I can't go to, Chinatown and open a restaurant. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but I'm saying you got to take care of your own communities. So you go get the money, you don't rely on the city. So the Black McDonald's Association should be one of the sponsors of our 10-team Little League. All right, we should go get Walmart where we spend money. Anywhere we spend money, they should spend money on us. I'm a huge believer in that. I don't care if it's Aldi, Walgreens, whomever. If we need to go to Arkansas to Walmart or whomever, we go there. So we need to go to Minnesota to go to Target, we go there. But if we spend on it like Black Americans do, they should spend in our community. And they should fund, at least and I think in large part, many of these young people services that we do.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any more clarification?
I'm sorry. I want to answer this.
Okay.
As candidates, we all think we have bright ideas. As an alderwoman, I want to meet with everybody. Tell me what you're doing. If I don't know what you're doing, I can't help. So what I like about these programs, everybody sitting up here, you guys are invested in the community and you're doing the work. So if you have a sports program, what I think the issues are, it's one, getting the children there, getting the parental support, and getting them back and forth. I coached basketball at Hirsch High School. The kids couldn't even get to practice because the parents didn't see it as a priority. And so we figured out a way. So that is what I'm saying. I know the benefits. You have money. I can work with logistical issues. I do technology and project management for a living. I can fix it.
Yeah, and I'd like to say that we should be working with you, and my policy will be where I work with all, especially youth programs. I am a head high school baseball coach, so I know the character that can be built from sports, whether it be your organizations, Good Kids, Mad City, or Champs. And I also would like to invest and bring to our ward some of the trained violence interrupters because they're pretty good at their tasks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We want to go to the community now with any questions? Hands up.
Good afternoon. I'm LaShawn Brown. I'm a worker and volunteer advocate in housing, economic development, and education. As a follow-up question with regard to housing, we're talking about the need. I'm also a real estate broker by profession, 20 years. The follow-up question about housing, we talk about the need for home ownership, how that's a desperate consideration in this community. And we need to talk a little bit more about the preservation of home ownership, particularly in a shared ownership community where condominiums and cooperatives are under siege. They are being watched by investors. The crumbling buildings are in building court, and the city is dealing with them very punitively. In this current administration, there has been an appeal and steps towards funding, but it's only a drop in the bucket. What would your priority be? In what types of strategies would you employ for home ownership preservation, as we have seen major loss of home ownership in this community over the last 2 decades?
Well, I'll just say off the top that I would, like I said, funds are there, but you just have to allocate them, bring them to the ward, and get them to the citizens. We need not only help for homeowners, we need help for renters as well. And there is assistance, there are programs, and we can vote as aldermen or as an alderman, we can propose a bill or vote on an existing bill that was presented to bring forth programs or the needed assistance to keep up the home ownership once it is gained.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else want to answer that question?
Sure.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Marlene, you want to go first?
I think like as a homeowner, we need to be proactive. We cannot wait until the house is decrepit to start to say, hey, somebody help me. And I think that we have a responsibility to ourselves and to our investment that we look after. And there could be a myriad of things that affect along the way. And I think hands-on technical support and application support to get the funds. There's a pilot going on in South Shore preserving condos and holding the condo associations accountable, making sure people are paying their fees, making sure they are performing the duties to fix the buildings. So we are not being reactive and we're being proactive. Just like right now, I've lived in my home for 10 years, 13 years. I have to make sure, hey, is it time to check out the roof instead of waiting till it's too late?
I don't think that there's a magic bullet for that. I do think you need to focus on it again. I look at areas that have had success in that. So I look at how I would like my neighborhood to look. And I see that those areas have higher education. Those jobs that the people have make more money. And they have, and a lot of people won't like to hear me say this, they have an emphasis or focus on family. We have a lot of single folk trying to own a home, barely getting a home, and can't afford the rest of their life. It's called being house broke. So once you're educated, you can learn the importance. And if you really want a home, you know, there is a such thing as multi-generational living, but you have to be educated on what happens after you get that home. And you can't expect to buy a $300,000 house if you're making $35,000, $40,000. And it just doesn't happen. I don't care what programs are out there, because a lot of those programs are built to lose. I'd like to look at neighborhoods and communities that don't need programs. They can pull out the 20% down when they don't have a private mortgage insurance. That's what we need to be eyeing our goals for, not just simply getting in the house for the sake of owning one.
Thank you.
You know, excuse me, I'm sorry. So I asked a question earlier to you three candidates who are looking to be aldermen, and aldermen vote on the city budget and they interact with city departments. And I pointed out the fact that the Department of Housing in particular, who has major effect on development of housing and housing programs in the city, spends $290 million versus $37 million for rental as opposed to home ownership. And none of you addressed what you would do as an alderman to address this uneven allocation when it comes to rental and home ownership. In today's market, home ownership is affordable housing because the average family will spend as much or less for a home, for the mortgage for a home, than they will for rent. As a matter of fact, there was just a study that came out by Adam that said that Cook County is one of the counties in America where it is in fact cheaper to own a home and pay a mortgage than it is to pay the average rent. And none of you addressed this issue of what you would do as an alderman to address this unequal allocation of resources specifically for housing.
You didn't ask that question like that, just in our defense. But of course, we all want to allocate more money to housing. And I think I said we can vote, we can collaborate with our other alder people to vote for more housing assistance for people to get in homes and to keep their homes. So you had all the data and you didn't exactly ask what would we do if we had that budget, just in our defense. But of course, we're advocating for future constituents so they can stay in their homes.
Sure, and if we didn't address it, my apologies for that, but it is an excellent point. My position, whether it's housing, whether it's education, will always remain the same when it comes to city spending. If they're spending X amount, I want a third of that, or 35% of that, spent on the south and west side of Chicago. That's with anything. If they're spending $10 billion on education, we should get $4 billion on the south and west side. And I feel the same way about home ownership. But I will add, and I try and counsel young people about buying a home. I bought my first home when I was fairly young. I bought two homes before I even got married. And I will say, sure, you can get in a house, but the cost of home ownership doesn't always beat renting if you are disciplined at saving money. The whole idea of saving a home or getting a home is to build this wealth. If one is disciplined enough, you can say that extra money that you're not spending on your furnace, on your roof, on your, those are real costs that some of these studies don't look at. I just wanted to point that out, that the cost of home ownership is more than just that mortgage compared to a rent. I just wanted to point that out.
All right, thank you.
Hi, my name is Ann Holcomb. I'm an 11-year resident of South Shore, and I'm also the co-chair of a local environmental justice group that's kind of starting. It's called Ethos, Environment, Transportation, Health, and Open Space. And Leslie Hairston was a very, very strong proponent of the Tiger Woods golf course. And Ethos, that I represent, has a lot of fears, starting with regentrification on steroids, then the privatization and monetization of what should be our resident parks. And then finally, and probably mostly, environmental impact, including the clear cutting of 2,000 trees, which there is a plan in place to do that. That would increase our heat island impact with hotter summer days and impact our air quality, which is already pretty bad. There's the idea of fertilizer going into the lake. And then there's the sacrifice and the destruction of the South Shore Nature Sanctuary. So my question is, do you support this golf course plan? And if you don't, how would you stop it?
So I went last time, so I'll take this one first. I am 1,000% opposed to the golf course. I like the idea of the Tiger Woods Center, and just for the reasons you pointed out. The 2,000 trees you talked about are for that proposed golf course. They already cut down 300 for the actual Obama Center. So I am 1,000% against that. There are plenty of studies that show what the health conditions of communities are who don't have those trees, removing the toxins of carbon dioxide from the air over those who hadn't. Plus, it's just a beautiful place as it is, and it's bad all around. And again, I stated this at the beginning, I am a proponent for any idea that benefits the citizens of that community, that clearly is in the interest of a few. And so I am 1,000% against it. They will never get a vote for me if I'm elected on anything that has to do with the golf course, period, point blank. And if there are other people in the audience who really want this golf course, I'm not your candidate.
I second what Chris said. And also, I think more of a higher level, we need to look at the data. Who's playing golf? Are millennials playing golf? Who are the people that are playing golf that's supposed to support this? And all decisions need to be driven by data, not just because it's just a good idea. So I'm against the golf course as well, but I'm for economic development. We need to look at everything. And just because this might not be a great idea, we can look at other ideas.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, and I'd just like to say that more community engagement needs to be involved in planning something like that. If the community votes at large for something like that, then it's a go. But if the community says no, then it's a no. And what economic value can it bring to the community?
Well,
you know, so there may be some, and it may be none. It may be stripping of the community. So it needs to go before the community and not just be ramrodded to us. We need engagement on that.
All right, so Mr. Levy, you had a question or a comment? Because what I didn't hear in all of that is how would you stop it? Which is the question that she asked.
What is your time?
How would I stop it?
Well, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I would ask the community support your organization. I've been getting a lot of emails asking me to support something. I would look for the community as a voice. We can vote out with a referendum. We could vote out the golf course, and that is what I would do.
Okay. And you, Mr. Levy?
Yeah, and actually it's a great time. We have at least 15 new alderpersons that are going to be in Chicago. No one is tied to any mayor or Cook County president's money. Well, we have one candidate who might be, but that's beside the point. it's an easier time than ever to get other folks to vote in the interest of the people who are there. And you vote to stop it. And it would be need to put to a vote. It would need to be something that would have to be voted on.
Okay.
Because, so that's the answer.
Mr. Palmer.
As far as that, like I said earlier, if the community at large says no, it's a no. It's just that simple.
Thank you. Another question?
Very short. Okay, follow up to that. It takes 26 votes on the council. Have you all thought through that yet, how you would put together your vote with the other 25 that you would need to get anything done for our ward? And please be specific. Should I repeat the question?
Yeah, I couldn't hear you at all.
I'm saying basically it takes 26 votes on the council to do anything. Have you already thought through how you're going to get your one vote together with 25 other votes to get anything done for our ward? Have you thought it through? And if you had, I want to hear specifics.
I have. It isn't one of my, it's a regular thing that I do when negotiating. I find out what at least 25 other people need for their community. And if they want my vote, then they vote with what I need. So that, you negotiate and you find out what everyone else needs. Chances are that there's something I can vote on for them that them voting for my not having a golf course doesn't negatively impact them. The issue that we have in our community, and I will use, since we just had King Day, one of Martin Luther King's quotes, we need leaders who are selfless and put the interest of the community before themselves. And right now in Chicago, everywhere, black, white, and other, you have people who've been in office so long that they're voting in the interest of those who are lining their pockets versus the interest of those that they were voted in to represent.
Thank you.
Nobody else wants to touch that?
Oh, I was just going to say, I was deferring to Ms. Fisher, but
Yes.
I just wanted to say that I'm a seasoned negotiator, so I don't want to do anything that's going to negatively impact my community, but I know how to bring forth the goods, and as far as motivating people in the city council or knowing what they may want, as long as it's not something that I'm not going to vote on the parking meters in order to get something else. I'm not going to vote for red light cameras in order to get something else. But if it's something that doesn't negatively impact our community, then I can go with that and negotiate with 25 or more other aldermen.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just answer real quickly? In my professional and community activism experience, I've been very good working with diverse stakeholders who have certain agendas. I will work with other people in the city council so that we understand the needs of this community are met, so that we all understand there's just not something that we want to do just for a vote, that we want to make this impactful for the community, that we want to do things for the community and for people who are voting for us, okay? I will build coalitions, I'll work together.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. My question revolves around the immigrant shelter, which is coming to our community or adjacent. I want to qualify that with the fact that I'm a first-generation American. My parents were immigrants. I don't have any problem with immigrants. But with these kinds of situations, what comes along with that is resettlement dollars or settlement dollars. And those settlement dollars go to ESL, go to indoctrinating the people who are coming in so they are actually business owners in the community where they are. My question is, what type of initiative would you come with to ensure that the resident refugees that already live here,
get those kinds of dollars so they can be business owners in their own community, particularly with the Obama Presidential Center coming.
Lord, I feel that they should be put first. We should get signed agreements and set-asides, but they should be put first. And if America being what it is, give me you're tired or whatever, I'm not against immigrants coming, but there again, that equity question. Would you do this in Saguenay or parts of the North Lake Shore? And see, that's the problem that I have. But if you're gonna if you can find money, you can find Ukraine money, you can find money for the immigrants, you can find money for Woodlawn or the Fifth Ward and its citizens.
Okay. Thank you. Did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, mine's pretty short. You know, my heart bleeds for all those concerns, but my heart bleeds first for those who live in my community. So I'm for anybody getting money after everybody in my community is offered that whatever is being offered. So I have too many people in my community who are homeless, who have no place to live, who don't know where they're going to get their next meal. For me to put anybody else or vote on any funds going anywhere, I would be on somebody's news camera jumping up and down, screaming unfairness.
Thank you.
Ma'am, as you mentioned, the dollars are directed specifically toward them, and they should be specifically used for them. Right now, that migrant bus, they can't even go find jobs. They don't have green cards. They have nothing. It would be real easy to say just turn them back around, but we cannot. If the money is directed for them, we should use it for them. We should not borrow from or take from another bucket to help, because as the other candidates said, there's money being allocated for that resource, allocate it there, let it stay. But allocate money to resources like these houses that we need, like these rent protections we need. That is what I'm in favor for. And we have to remember, if you believe in homelessness, you believe in helping the poor, but you can't start acting froggy when it comes to your community. It's either we in it or we not. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
It's over, y'all. That's all I have to say.
Can I say something really quickly? What's your name?
It's over.
What? I just wanted to say I'm a fan, and thank you. I'm glad to meet you. I lived in Chicago for 25 years, and I especially like you on Chicago Tonight. Okay? Nice to meet you.
So I wanted to say thank you to the candidates. Thank you all for taking your time out to come and share your views, your way you think should go, all of the stuff that you know. I'm so tired. But thank you all, and thank you for being patient with us, for not being on time. We appreciate that, because you could have left and you didn't, so that says a lot. So we thank you. And the panelists that are still here, which is the South Shore Community Compact leaders, to give a hand for them.
Hey, thank you.
And those who came, please give a hand to them. I would like to thank all of the volunteers who are community people. Can we say thank you to all of the community people who said, yes, I will work with you all day on a Saturday. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hey,
have a good weekend. Go home. Think about who you think is the best candidate and vote for them on Election Day. Goodbye.